That's weird. Why is that not connected? Hello. Finally, I can talk about the news. Okay. Oh, God. That game's gonna live rent-free in my head for a week. But I got the challenge done, it's over. What a weird thought passed in my head. Anyways. Hi, Saf. You should start off with something funny before we do the news. I saw, Saf. Don't worry. I read the posts. That's what they're there for. Something funny that's not just funny for me. This is a different kind of funny.
Bring back...
This is a different kind of funny. Carl's being a bully. This also works. We'll do both of these. You can tell by the point I walk down, I'm a colored man, I'm a colored man, and I like the women. And I don't white with big ass hands that are thick as hell and punch my skin. They hate me, they hate around, cause they love everything I do. Okay.
Everybody shaking them, staying alive, staying alive. Staying alive. Ooh, listen, baby, ain't no mountain, ain't no valley low.
Alright, we can do it, okay?
2 black men at the start of that clip is diabolical! That's not fair. The amount of times which I've seen this clip is tantamount to the amount of times I've seen people just making fun of this girl. I hope she got some level of popularity and fame off of this. Fuck all that shit. Let's get into his music.
No matter what I do, all I think of...
I think I actually know that song.
Oh, baby, baby, ooh, I did it again. I believe in you.
Alright, whenever you're ready, take your time, okay? Me and you, don't be nervous.
Should have bought you flower. All the time I turn around, brothers gather around, always looking at me up and down, looking at my... I just want to tell you now, I ain't trying to...
Not the gay niggas too! Not just the soul brothers, not just the white brothers, not just the musical soul brothers, not just the musical black and white fellas, but also the musically Frenchy gays too? Wow. Priceless. Only the internet could produce this. And only something that is not centered in TikTok. Now I'm going to show you something that's funny for me. David Jaff made a video entitled, "Can Being Good at Video Games Get You Girls?" Let's bully.
Bring back bump and jump. Man, that was my game at Mr. Gaddy's Pizza after the football games. You know.
What a way to start. You know, I got all the bitches sucking my dick after I showed how good I was at Nintendo arcade games, bruh. I was getting out. You gotta understand me.
I was cool because I went to Mr. Gaddy's Pizza and after the football games. I played Bump and Jump and Ghost and Goblins, and for some reason I thought this girl I really liked, Trisha, was gonna vibe with me because I was doing pretty well at Ghost and Goblins. What are you talking about, Jeff? You fucking... I tell you what, that's the one thing to right my...
Old Jaffe shitting on young Jaffe? Don't you listen to him, past Jaffe. You were cool in your own way, okay? You had the Power Glove, you had the Wizard, you actually had the Nintendo Championships, you didn't have high inflation, food was affordable, you could be able to buy more groceries that could fit inside of a fucking shopping cart for $100 compared to how much this fucking cereal and this bowl cost me. Your life was okay, bro. Your life was okay. It wasn't all that bad. Fuck whatever future Jaffe's talking about. Past Jaffe, you're cool.
Might be right about. There needs to be, like, if my dad, I'd give, not anything, but I'd give a hell of a lot to have him back. What a beautiful, brilliant, sweet, kind, caring, loving, accepting man.
And what a horrible, I can't say that word on broadcast. Not unless I say it jokingly. And what a repugnant, disrespectful, generally ignorant, and emotionally invalid of a man you've turned out to be. The way in which you've chosen to live your life and the way you've chosen to live it with your politics, what a cantankerous individual you are compared to the image of your father you're trying to evoke here. For fucking culture war garbage.
I love that guy. I think about him all the time. But he should have pulled little Jaffe aside and said, dude, you want to fuck that girl? She's not thinking about the Ghost and the Goblins. What are you doing? But no.
What fucking dad would do that to their male child instead of just letting them be a fucking kid in, assumptively, the 70s and 80s? How old are you? Fucking 50? You're 53. Bro, you were born in 71. Why would your father in the 70s pull you aside and tell you, now listen here, little Dave. She ain't thinking about your little diver. She's thinking about the diver of the football team. What the fuck's wrong with you? All the shit on gamers?
That didn't happen, Tech Protect.
Did your dad give you relationship advice growing up? No?
No. I just
Not that kind of guy?
Not really. No, I mean he was a bit of a player when he was single, and it wasn't like he was a beta guy, but he wasn't some alpha dude. But it just he kind of let my mom raise us basically, and she was crazy. So he
halfway glazing, but also antagonizing the memory of your dad, also antagonizing the memory of your mom.
He was there and he took care of the family and he took care of us and he played with us and was always there and supportive, but he wasn't the guy doing all the advice when we were sad or whatever. You goddamn right Trisha missed out, Sky Gonzalez. I take her to see the Ridley Scott classic Legend. That was go with all your friends, but it was a date. And I was like, this is great. And she liked me and shit. And then I heard, she had to break up with me. I'm like, why are you breaking up with me? And I heard through the grapevines because they're Episcopalian. And her mom's like, well, that's a little Jewish boy. I'm like, I'm not Jewish. I don't believe in any God, which made it worse. So that ended that real quick.
What a nothing burger of a video. Let's go to the tweet. Certainly he'll be the first thing that comes up. He'll be the second thing that pops up. Where is it? 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 Where? Also, these fucking thumbnails are atrocious! Jesus fucking Christ. His thumbnail game is worse than mine. More importantly, you put this thumbnail on the internet trying to do fucking culture war garbage, and then this is the takes that you give inside the video themselves as bait, with this being the fucking title that you want, and claiming you want to have a discussion. So, from the top, on the top of my head, as somebody who dealt with and deals with esports organizations and understands the background behind why this question even exists, can gaming get you girls? David Jaff, we live in the time period where the most popular people on this world are effectively permanently stunted high schoolers with millions of dollars in their bank account. My generation grew up idolizing or emulating people that got their money and fame playing video games professionally. The question shouldn't be, can gaming get you girls? The question should be, what kind of girls does gaming get you? Ignoring that, Mr. 53-year-old, the girls that currently exist in the marketplace that are impressed and or attracted to men because of either their social class, their wealth, their follower count, their subscriber count, the amount that they potentially could do for them based on what that converts into if they're popular enough to make it into actual fucking money, assuming that they can get over that first hurdle to begin with anyways. Well, they're either like Alyssa Mercanti, they're a Twitch OnlyFans thought, they are one of those permanently stunted high schoolers that I talked about, or they're a literally who that idolizes the culture that turns them into one of the first three. I reiterate, past Jaffe was cool in his own goddamn way. He would probably be embarrassed by the kind of man that you turned into. Because you chose to get onto a fucking broadcast with a woman who is the third and fourth type, who is actively coping, still, live on air, trying desperately to antagonize the entire internet for shit that she said with her own goddamn chest and mouth, while she's trying to put on a lawsuit to sue a man because she's upset that he covers her. The man himself is an entirely different conversation. She's upset that a man covers her because she won't stop making herself into a news spectacle, and then demonstrates how she is abusing the law system by choosing not only to be platformed by you and not taking real conversations and having real questions, but also demonstrating that all of her interest and all of her involvement has to do everything with money and clout and not anything to do with passion or the field in which she is passionate for. And you, being the type of fucking pick-me that would actively be her wonderful white knight defender, actively allowing the stupidest of questions and the stupidest of interactions, barring those that were already sensible, and platforming the worst of her supporters, as well as her worst collaborator. Can gaming get you girls? Shouldn't even be the question you should be asking. You should be asking, can grifting get me clicks and views on my audience and channel? It don't seem to be working very well past the people who would already come to you because of them being politically captured. But you know what? That's cool. That's okay. That's fine. I've got my yucks. I've yucked your yum. That's more than enough. How embarrassing. I'm certain there's some old man out there in the world that's like pushing 40, pushing 50, might even be pushing 60. We'll call him Foxy Grandpa. I'm very certain that there is a Foxy Grandpa, Silver Fox out there on just Twitch or YouTube somewhere. He has the fucking hairline of Richard Branson. He's got the skin tone of Antonio Banderas. He's got the voice of, like, I don't know what. Fucking Pedro Pascal. Apparently women find that sexy. They are out here and they just come across someone's grandma on their feed. It's like, oh, you better get back in that foxhole, little Timmy. Otherwise, I'm gonna tell your grandma. How old are you, Grandpa? You should get off the video game. No, I ain't gonna need to get off the video game. You need to get off the video game. In fact, walking to the kids' stream. Who's that in the background? What's her name? Esmeralda. Hey, Emmy. Come here, baby girl. Let me take you out to Darden restaurants. There's one out there somewhere. That would be a better funny interjection to get in on that than just this creature. This creature trying to tell you anything about whether or not you can get girls in gaming. Oof. A big oofer. What does your wife think about that? I wonder. I bet she knows nothing at all. Oh, goddamn, that's even worse. Does your wife know that you platform a fucking hateful bigot on your platform? Are you divorced? Also, hi, Grace. He is divorced. I'm not surprised. Her name is Leslie. And that's as far as I'm going, because I'm not going to socially stalk your wife. Poor little Dave. Poor little Dave. Stuck having to do this for attention. Anyways. Let's get into the news. A couple of things have happened. Number one being, I was right. And I know that I was right. Let's watch it from the beginning. And so it has come to pass that all of the details about OnlyFans come to a maximum conclusion. Because Tyler dropped his... Not that. Tyler dropped his full recap of what happened with his Molten Core raid. And there's going to be some core things that are going to be obvious there. But let's look into it. I know that I covered the raid's fallout, but I did not cover Tyler's speaking on this. Let's watch.
In case you guys missed it, we died in World of Warcraft. You know, and I was about to say a lot about this. Like, I'm not going to lie, I was pissed. At first, we died, and I was like, my bad. Right? It is what it is. I died. Shouldn't have done that, blah, 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 blah. But I, dove deeper into it, and I actually watched, probably out of the 39 different people's perspectives, I watched probably 30 people's perspectives.
So he's already beating the Roach allegations. Because if Tyler had to pick a way to die, he died in probably the most man way that a beginning player could ever die in a raid possible. He died making the call that would have been the carryover of the raid, stuck around a bunch of fucking sweats that do nothing but play retail WoW, using plugins that tell them how to play the game for them, with no ability to learn how to do so with skill. While the other guild leader goes over his memorandum and his breakdown. So he's already beating the first allegation, which is people are going to call him not capable of taking accountability. He's already beaten the Pirate Software allegation.
These people are the biggest, and again, remember I said this before, I said these WoW players are pussies, right? And they all cried to me. Remember? When I called, during the Yamato thing, I said, you guys are all pussies, you weren't jumping in anyway. And they were like, well, don't call us pussies, bro. No, you don't know what you layered. They are absolutely pussies. Not every single one of them. I'm about to crash out. I told myself I wasn't going to crash out. I'm about to crash out. I made a whole notepad of exact timestamps of what I've done. I'm better than that. These people are just some of the biggest bitches I've ever seen.
Big agree. Technically, there's a stamp over my head that says Twitch user. And fucking Twitch chatters and Twitch streamers are probably some of the most thin-skinned people in the fucking world that cannot handle the rough and tumble world and environment of interacting with other fucking people. Bar fucking none. Kick me an offshoot of Twitch, have people who are capable of at least having conversations, assuming that they're broadcasters that came from the platform. YouTube is a hodgepodge, and Twitter is a goddamn mess. But there is not a bigger bitch in this world than a fucking Twitch chatter and a Twitch user. In general, not in specifics. I love my Twitch chatters. My Twitch chatters have the big PP. They got the big booty. They got the juicy coochie.
Half of them. Minimum. Sorry, I got sidetracked by calling them pussies. It was some of the most degenerate I've ever seen in my life, first of all. Like, obviously, nobody listened to the call. There were a couple good people that didn't listen to the call, whatever. Was it a bad call? I don't think it was necessarily bad. It was 100% late, yes. But that is the point, you stupid, degenerate, bitch-ass WoW players.
Tyler's crashing out. Ooh.
And now, short of hear about do the big run.
Is he going again? Probably not.
But that is the point, you stupid, degenerate, bitch-ass WoW players.
Jackson live.
That is the point.
What's the item?
Raid leading, that is the point of a new player even raid leading. To cause bad situations, right?
Oh, are people giving him for...
You just see a bad situation and you're like, that I'm not following, it's a bad call. What is the point of even having new people raid lead?
Yes, 100%. Talking shit, King. Yes!
You're just gonna say, nobody wants to sit there and watch you disgusting sweats, min-max molten core for 20 years straight. That's why nobody watches in the first place, until OnlyFans. So if you're just gonna roach out when something goes wrong and blame a bad call from a person who's never raid led in the first place, why are we even here?
Yes and...
Take that opinion, stretch it out over all PvP video games, especially those with a linked ladder. Stretch that from the bottom of the players that decide to claim it's only X rank, why do you care? To it's only Challenger Grandmaster, you're not even one of the top known figures, ugh, why should I watch your stream? That right there is why Twitch is dog shit. 100%. 100%. I am so validated, I am so seen. I am so happy that I am so clean. This right here is the reason why every single time I have somebody jump into my fucking audience chat and then try to argue with me over a fucking video game in a ranked competitive ladder situation. This is why every single fucking time I always say that they are fucking retarded and that they are brain dead. Assuming the players that are strong enough to play permanently with some level of skill, every single time someone has got something to say about some in which they would not insert themselves whatsoever, trying desperately to lay blame or lay flame on something that they were never involved in, trying to use hindsight as justification to pile on. And I know they were piling on to Tyler when he was giving the stake. But the fact of the matter is that he is right. Also, Asmongold was also right. But this isn't about Zachary right now. This is about Tyler. It is so annoying when you're dealing with situations when you are either the veteran or the no-lifer that knows the situation back to front, and rather than being concerned with doing it optimally, you're just concerned with getting it done and salvaging. Because you know what it's supposed to look like, so you know the vectors that need to happen in order for there to be a success. People who don't know what the vectors of success looks like, and they only know what it looks like when it's done flawlessly, who then bail on things because they don't know how to convert and they don't know how to salvage, then coming to you and trying to desperately justify the reason why they'll roach out on a play is probably the most frustrating shit. 100%. I have talked about it, I will talk about it, I will always talk about it. I cannot stand it. I personally cannot fucking stand it. Like, perform and get the fuck out of the way. Perform or shut up. That's my position. Like, the talking and the back and forth doesn't undo that when it came time for the situation to perform, you didn't. So, perform or shut up. That's me.
No.
Like, I was reading so much, like, by the way, my Twitter is just spam. Well, he should have pulled the boss back. Yes, bro, in a perfect fucking world, I would have pulled the boss back. Pulled the boss back. I fucked up. So what are we gonna do about it?
Like, he's right.
Are we all just gonna
but
stop playing up here?
You can't give people
for these fucking WoW freaks
for not going in when they had like not even half a second to just.
Now we already know what Soda Poppin's opinion is going to be, because it's what he said the last time I covered it when he was dealing with hearing and then studying the VOD at his own leisure and at his own time. They're not robots. You're not going to play perfectly. In a perfect world, if they would play perfectly and they listen to the call and they're robots and they just do what they're told by the raid leader, then he doesn't die in a situation. His call was right, the call was late, and therefore if he had called it ahead of time, it wouldn't have been a big deal. You shouldn't have skipped the mechanics, blah 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 blah. Here's the reality of the problem. Immediately after that, you leave out that the people who roach on him, because Tyler's gonna say it, you leave out, Poppins, that the people who roached out on him are your veteran players! It isn't the new players. It's retail WoW fiends. Smaller streamers who do nothing but play WoW. They know the mechanics. They're using add-ons. They're effectively autopiloting the game for themselves. The people you told Tyler he could rely on are the people who roached on him. The person who caused you to lose probably one of your most competent players because of guild drama, as well as his right hand, who he was supposed to do so much for, who effectively also roached on him. All of this happened because of your poor leadership. Your weak leadership leads to what he's about to say next.
Side.
By the way, are we playing
It's just not roaching out. It's not roaching out. It was a bad call.
Bro,
And I wish I listened to him. But it's like,
there's this like huge
sucks.
pop-up that like pops on the screen explaining every boss mechanic in real time. So for instance, that thing started happening, a huge pop-up this big appears and is like, run away! Why are we even playing?
What? Is he annoyed that like
what
the
are we
boss?
even doing, by the way? It's called like Deep Gamer, but why even play? The Gora add-on is playing the game for you. What are we doing? So 90% of the people had this on. So I'm saying, stay. They can't even see their screen because it says run away. They're not even lying. It is taking up their entire screen, just telling them to run.
Yeah?
Just the most degenerate, zero IQ, non-adaptable. And these guys want to say they're big bad. Like, yes, okay, there's some bad players, which by the way, I'm just going to say, fuck Yamato. I don't give a Stop crashing out. Fuck Yamato. Bro, you're a pussy. Everything I've done for you.
Everything's coming up Novi's victory. Vindicated. 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 Fuck that Frenchie. Said the Frenchie. Fuck that Frenchie!
You, bro, and to watch your VOD and what you did, fuck you. To see me begging for people to stop running, to come back, and you are 100% HP watching from Brill. What are we doing, bro? What are we doing? I said what I said. It is what it is.
I get where he's coming from.
Okay, I'll just crash off on that one. No! Mall. Whole guild. Oh, I'm going to like, I was watching Ann's POV. She ran. I said it. I don't give a She canceled a heal and ran. What? Bro, I've played with you guys for 500 hours. And, Yamato, I've played with you guys for 500 hours. How are you guys running? I'm calling. A healer called like Akuma fucking stayed straight
I get where he's coming from, but he's not playing an RTS.
What are we doing? Zico, you're a pussy.
He's got to like take in mind like the human aspect. It's in 2 seconds of just it.
Most pussy person I've ever seen in my life.
Pause. The human aspect in a group MMO is that when you are going into a raid, if it is a first time world's first raid, you take it slow, you learn the mechanics. Then you practice the mechanics. And once you're confident enough that you know what it is that you're doing, and you have all the materials and tools, you then execute. And then you work on getting it faster. You have veteran 5+ year players who have done all of the content of retail and classic WoW, who are supposed to be your guild elites, who are supposed to know the ins and outs of the raids, but they are not the ones that are shot calling it, as was your opinion on your last take on this, which is what I'm referencing from. Quote, people don't know when to shut the fuck up inside of guild meetings. People are trying to talk over drama. Quote 2, these are supposed to be my best players. Quote 3, they're supposed to listen to the raid leader. You have veteran players ignoring the call of their guild master in a raid, regardless of whether or not they're gonna roach on the play, is irregardless of the fact that they're disobeying their fucking guild master. They left their guild master to die in hardcore, and as a consequence of them not working together on the call, to work together, to survive, they killed 11 other people in that raid and wiped it. It wasn't a full TPK. But those players that roached, by any basic terms of a guild, violated the first tenement of fraternity. You sold them. You sold. Every single one of them sold. Yamato sold. Astric sold. Zeke sold. 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 Bartered, sell, and trade, and made a slave. 11 years of failure. There are no words to take that back, because the trust has been broken. To rebuild it again, you would need to do exactly what I said would have had to have been done in the alternate timeline, where you and Tyler as joint leadership take on strong leadership, and you tell both Pirate and Yamato to sit down, make them battle buddies, and make them learn to work with each other, since the failure on that raid call was from Yamato. He showed then that he had bad leadership skills, and that he had bad listening skills. Then, when he was trying to necro loot, and he tried to ninja loot the Staff of Jordan from them, and tried to fight against the punishment he was being given for being a fucking leech and a roach, you kept giving him passes and passes and passes and passes and passes. If this is what one of your most popular, air quote, popular members are doing, then what is the attitude and the general status of the rest of your guild? Everything that happens flows from that. And what happened was, your guild's not there to play the game. They're there to try and farm clips and donos. All of them have main character syndrome. They're desperately trying to break out on the streams of all these other popular content creators because they're hoping to get on LSF. And since they're spending more time on the social media aspect than the game aspect, they don't know how to fucking play the game. Clearly, because I would argue having a add-on that is not necessarily an enhancer, but is outright automating the game for you, is not playing the game. Because if they were actively playing the game, they'd be locked into the situation. And they would have done the fucking call. If even half of the people who roached stayed on fucking Deaden and kept doing damage to Baron, Baron dies. And then you're able to recover and dispel the monoburn. Anyways.
After that whole Yamato thing, dude was acting hard. Yeah? I'll 1v2 Makaraya you and Yamato. and I'll beat you. Bro, watch his VOD. He didn't take a single point of damage the entire boss fight. Not 1 point of damage. Not 1 point. None. And 100% HP the entire fight. Ran down the hallway, double blink. Bro, this guy's shit on Pirate for doing the same thing. What are we doing, by the way?
It's not the same thing.
Like Pirate got hate all across the internet.
That's a stretch. I don't know about that.
Throwing Pirate Software under the bus, claiming that he was not accused of roaching. No, he was accused of roaching. That was the entire problem. The problem was that he was accused of roaching, and then The way that the wave of harassment came through meant that he was not willing to fucking bend the knee because he was not going to bend to a kowtow of bullies. Popping your scum for that. You're 100% scum for that.
Bro. But for instance, go watch Nathan's POV. I'm full crashing out. Pull up the list. I'm full crashing out. I don't give a ass.
Okay, all right. Crash it out or whatever.
I don't care anymore. I'm syndicate. You're pussies, bro.
Your co-guild leader is about to fucking air shit out, and you're just like, oh, Tyler. He's crashing out. How delightful. Oh, I would be in your ass. Pause. Oh, I would be in your ass.
You're all pussies.
Mother.
Watch Nathan's POV. Watch this fucking dog. Yeah, I would have been more mad about it before, bro. Watch Nathan's POV here. Watch what this chat.
He has a fucking hit list.
He has a hit list, he says. Hey, how can I prove my point as a persuasive argument? I know. I'm going to study. The thing that people claimed, also, once again, Pirate Software vindicated, the thing that people claim is a sign of a bad player, not being able to take accountability for mistakes and or shortcuts and or shortcomings. Smug ass. Star said something cocky. One of the things that Pirate Software is accused of with being a roach was his inability to take accountability. Pirate not being given the time in which to discuss and or defend himself is thus left as upset, tismed, coked out of his head, crying, mauling, and then rage quitting PvP after getting harassed by the internet. Tyler, a similar size, if not more popular, well-known, I need a word that better describes virality, more viral, more socially viral influencer, makes mistakes as a new guild leader, is brought into OnlyFans specifically because he's going to bring a chaotic element that shakes up and creates excitement and entertainment for the content. I believe the way that it was described by Josh Strife Hayes was Jersey Shore for online influencers. Watching OnlyFans for people who are jacked into every single drama bit is the Jersey Shore. Snooki, JWoww, The Situation, all those fucking Guidos, and I don't know what the female word for an overtan Italian is. But all those fucking Guidos, from the time period of when MTV really, really loved to do reality television shows and make internet influencers out of teen moms and, well, fucking territorial New Jersey upstate douchebags. That entire time period, here, Tyler's brought in to basically make the raids entertaining, to make the day-to-day MMO grind entertaining. He worked with people, he raised people. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. He worked with people, he raised people, he tried to help them with their accounts when they got setbacks, he helped them re-level, he did all the goddamn work. So, he makes mistakes, regrettably, but he owns his mistakes, and people try to flame him on what he claims he did wrong. Lol, bad call, bad call. What is he to do in that situation? Should he, A, just simply allow himself to be flamed for nothing? Should he, B, do his research, study the VOD, look back at what he did? Because he's a League player. Looking at the after action report is in the culture and in the nature of learning how to be a better player. How can he be able to learn if he doesn't learn from his mistakes? Should he be look at the after action report, look at the VOD angle that he now has access to, because he doesn't have to wonder what happened on the other person's screen. He can watch it. Go through the list of all the people who are in the raid, since all of them are streamers, and then notice, it seems that my team is selling me. It seems I'm being roached on. And give them the same shit they gave to an ex-member? Or should he see not do it, and just go next, or then quit without adding that context to show people what the fuck is actually happening. And your reaction to that is, bro, he has a hit list. Once again, scumfuck. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. I, for one, respect Tyler for crashing out. Because I would. Return from the mists. So as I was saying, I, for one, appreciate the fact that Tyler crashed out over this. Because the fact of the matter is that I'm not going to get fucking flamed by people telling me about every mistake that I perceptively or I legitimately did while taking no fucking blame on themselves and trying desperately to put all the attention on themselves when they know for a fact that I was not the only person in the goddamn situation. Team-based games are team-based for a reason. If I'm making all the decisions myself, then I'm playing an RTS in single-player mode. And if I have to rely on the fact that I should just make all the decisions myself across multiple counts, what's to make the justification that I don't just multi-box and then have accounts being ran by botnets? Because legitimately, if that were the case in every situation where multiplayer is considered, that would be the thing that everybody does. And in fact, it's probably the most common fucking thing that players get banned for. Multi-boxing. Because if I can make money doing something, why do it on only one account at one point in time? I could double my profits, triple my profits, quadruple my profits if I just have multiple versions of it running at the same time. That's why botting is probably the most commonly banned thing in a video game like RuneScape. Assuming that we're talking about the current state of Jagex, which I have not played that on stream in a while, and it is not looking good over there, bros. They have new management that is outright trying to nickel and dime customers with service and features that they should just get as a factor of being a fucking paid subscriber and or member of Jagex. But, you know. In the terms of the Twitch scene, because RuneScape, while having a large Twitch streamer audience and subset, is much more centered on, I guess, the PvP community and the high-skill PVM raids. Botting and group selling and group content is the backbone of most collaborative efforts on Twitch. So watching people do this is fucking ridiculous as fuck. Hot damn, Just a Girl, that's wonderful. Where are we going? Who we beaching on? Hello, Struggler. Are you also going on a cruise too? You caught me mid-sentence. I got that Lucas pose. With the pepperoni nipples. And a fat dad bod. Just a date because it's Valentine's Day. Just a date. I'll save my crude jokes. You'll hear more than enough of them. Going to Mexico and Honduras. Ooh, I hope it's legal. Hope you don't get kidnapped. I joked, but I'm also not. Don't drink the water. Anyways. The amounts of times that I have and probably will in the future again talk explicitly about how annoying it is to set up multi-collaborative efforts amongst non-creators and creators. It is the cornerstone and the backbone of what's supposed to make Twitch what it is. It's supposed to be a gaming culture community, where if you recognize a player in the game that you're in, you can turn on their stream and see if they're alive, and then interact with them. The factor of interaction is supposed to be one of the selling points of broadcasting, because if you're not going to do it this way, why not just record these videos and then just be a YouTuber? But the problem with this is that much as botting is an issue and multi-boxing is an issue, unless of course the multi-boxing product is something that you should only do in video format because you do not want the company in question to target you for what is effectively a social experiment. The social interaction aspect here leads to the obvious, well, how do I get people together to play the game that I play? But then here we see the other cantankerous problem, which is what happens when you get a bunch of influencers in the same place at the same time. But I don't need to tell you that. I'm gonna let Tyler say it this time.
Yeah, I wouldn't, bro. Watch Nathan's POV here. Watch where this chat.
He has a hit list.
He's a grown ass man. That's the thing. Nathan has responsibilities in life, bro. He does. Watch this shit. Watch what he does. I don't give a shit. It is what it is. I'm not playing with these freaks anyway. Like, bro, Kayla said that she would, that we could maybe work something out where she could, like, cause we don't want to, like, I said I would play it if Kayla and E-Rob played. And honestly, that'd be pretty fun. Maybe still on the table, but it has to be like.
I understand his frustration. I really, really do.
Go to, like, midnight after sleep.
But none of them are comparable to like the pirate mode. They're not roaching out.
By the way, like these raids are miserable anyway. They are.
Like, yes, they have run out, whatever the hell.
I love that you just talk over Tyler and don't listen to what he's saying because you got to give a reaction to chat.
I thought it was just,
If any of them stayed, yes, the boss would have died. Maybe no one would have died, but you can't give people that much on these like half a second.
Backseating, just doing all this cringe. My raid was the same thing. I watched the Mizkif raid. People were doing it as well. People asked a million questions, bro. If I shut up during Soda Poppin's raid, I promise you, check your
Carl moment.
thing.
So, what you're missing here, because he's talking over it, is that Tyler is explaining that the same shit that they did in his raid, they did in Mizkif's raid, and the same thing that they did in Mizkif's raid, that they were doing in another streamer's raid. Because I'm pretty sure it's on Soda Poppin's channel. See, now it's another Carl validation moment. Now people can understand the reason why I will listen to somebody's opinion before just talking brazenly over the clip. Soda Poppins, because there is 3 raids, because he talked about this, because he had a hit list of content that he was doing, and that he was backloading, because he wanted to go on vacation. Or he had like 3 Molten Core raids, and 3 multiple other things as well. Okay, so, the list of streamers were as follows. First, he had his roadmap, as well as what he was doing, where he discussed the raids that he was backlogging, which was Pio, Miskiff, and then there was one other fucking person. I know I saw it here. Lakari. So, Lakari's raid, they did the same shit. Pale's raid, same shit. Miskiff's raid, same shit. People were talking over calls. People weren't paying attention. People weren't listening. People weren't turning on people. They were trying desperately to try and go through the draft picks, because you heard him say multiple times with these Molten Core raids that they would have to do draft picks for who would be going on the raids. Every single fucking step of the way, every single goddamn one of them, were trying desperately to get clipped. This is the context that he's missing out on and also ignoring because he's not fucking listening. Who does he think he is? Single player Carl?
Miskiff raid, people were doing it as well. People
Wait,
asked
what?
a billion questions. Bro, if
Yeah,
I
yeah, right.
up during Soda Poppin's raid, I promise you, I promise you.
He's right on that.
I promise your 50 viewers do not give a shit, right? I promise that, yo.
He
if
is
they do,
absolutely not.
nobody else cares. That's why you only have 50 people watching. Like, shut up, man. Respectfully. I'm full crashing out. I don't care.
I love this crash out. I do.
Okay, so, his opinion there. You'd think that he's just targeting smaller content creators there with his take. This is not a Hassan moment. He did not say, keep hating your life, working class Andy. What he said was, shut your bitch ass up when the fucking guild raider is talking. You do not need to be trying to get attention for yourself 100% of the time. You do not need to be the guy that says the funny thing every time. You do not need to be the funny man.
I don't care. I can't stand any of these people. Not any of them. Anyway, sorry, I got sidetracked. I have all this pent up rage from like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I don't care. I'm not saying my call wasn't like, bro, I'm not telling them to jump into lava and suicide. Is it the best call? No. It was the boss in a tough position? Yes. Can I play better? Yes. At the end of the day, I called these people who were supposed to be like sweats to back me up and help, and 25 people ran. You're pussies, only roaches. Name swap, please. If Soda Pop the name changes the guild to only roaches, officially, maybe I'll come back. Anyway, sorry, I sidetracked. Anyway, Nathan's an like Nathan's absolute Nathan's in the front of it, taking damage, whatever, completely out of it. Watch this motherfucker. He turns around perfectly out of range. He starts wanding. He starts. I'm yelling, finish! Don't run! He turns around and starts.
Chad. He has not enough mana to even cast Dispel from the mana burn that's gonna try to kill him and other fucking people. And he turns around and fucking basic attack autos the goddamn boss. All these people are running for their goddamn lives. He turns around. That's literally the You Say Run clip right there.
Starts wanding.
Yeah, good. You should be. That is what he should be doing.
Like,
Hello, Dev. How are you? I will be playing Avowed later at 6 p.m. I'm going to be forced to add the pronouns. Actually, no, I won't, because they have a toggle. We're gonna see if the game is actually good. Hashtag sponsored by Airdrop. Technically.
bomb? Who gives it?
Well, he's not in any danger here.
Gets hit by the bomb anyway. Whatever lives.
Finale, bullshit,
Yeah, he's zero. That's what I'm saying. He's 0 mana, and he still turned around and wanded.
Yeah, but he was out of the flames, to be fair, wanding. Like, there was no danger being there
Thank you,
wanding.
Nathan. You are a
The point isn't him being out of the flames and wandering. The point is that he was told to make a call, and he did what he could to try and continue the call. His guild lead said attack, he kept attacking. Period.
god, bro. Respect to you, Nathan. That is what I'm talking about. Good job. Respect.
If he crit there, he would die? No,
Let's watch
if it-
somebody who has mana. POV. Shall we?
Oh, no. Oh,
this is
no.
a super sweat, by the way. Zico, sweat, by the way. This must be a super sweat. Apparently.
Oh, no. He's going on.
That is, I looked at that video. I agree with mostly everything there. Mostly the things that you said are things that I talk about every single fucking time whenever clips from fucking Mercante come across my feed. Of course, I have to talk about it the layman's way because I'm not a political content creator.
On Zico. What did Zico do?
By the way, also in this fight, he got gapped and damaged by Nathan and guess who else? Manko. The League of Legends Teemo One Trick.
I don't know who that is.
The name is not relevant, sir. What's important is that a player who sits down there and then goes AFK and just auto-attack clicks. is out DPSing the best of your hardcore sweats you told him he could trust.
The Teemo one trick.
He's so detached.
First time on WoW,
He's
died
so
10
detached.
times. 10 times.
Oh, are you going to be also playing Avowed, Dev? I imagine you have a copy already. And if you're not playing it, Dave's playing it.
He was closing his eyes in random class. By the way, just saying. Go back in. So whatever. I mean, I want a mouse cam here from Zico. Dude, start showing your like desktop or excuse me, your like desk on stream, please. He had to be shaking, bro. He had to be shaking because as a suit, like I'm not gonna flame the like nod sweats for like button presses or anything like that. It is what it is. Like there was a hunter that didn't auto at all. I was kidding. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. This Jilly girl, by the way, I'll watch her say it. She literally didn't auto like 30 seconds. I was like, wait, what? I'm not even mad about her not autoing. She ran. Why are we running? Anyway, do we bury her? So whatever, do this, whatever. Not a point of damage at any point. Hand shaking. The crazy is, okay, here we go. We're doing damage. Good. Ah! I'm on fire! I'm on fire! Everybody out. Mouse hand, by the way. I'm on fire! Everybody out. Okay, go back in. Everybody back in. 100%
What is he talking about?
100% HP. Has not taken a point of damage. Now, no damage. No.
Yes. I didn't watch it on stream for content. I was talking to Jay Funky and them last night. And then I was watching it while also making my review for one of the dare drops that I needed to turn on a delivery for a cross-shooting insight while I was editing it. I mean, by all means, if you want to get a black perspective, just tell me when and where. We can do it recorded, we can do it live. Oh no, Dave is more than fine to not come back for a while until Dom shit's like settled out. I can't wait for Carl to play a fantasy clicker. I have played fantasy clickers before on camera, Fatal. What kind of game are you talking about? But yeah. Last of Us clicker. Do you mean The Last of Us? I don't know about that. I don't think you can pay me enough to play The Last of Us Part 1 or Part 2. Carl said into the camera slightly. Oh, oh, that reaction, yes. If you're going to look at that, that is, this video. 1 second. I'm assuming you're talking about the Mercanti interview. Where is it? Where is it? Here. My full VOD cut is 4 hours and 5 minutes. That's the link if you want it. For me, my perspective, not to give you a hint of everything that I said, my perspective is the fact that outside of you and everybody else, a lot of the people that were there, they didn't feel like their time was useful, or their questions, or their involvement was useful. And also, he actively platformed Dave. This is a different Dave. Dave is airbagged. Airbagged currently is still trying to do ban evasion on Twitter by trying to claim that Airbag01 is a parody account while still trying to build a Twitch stream off of using Mercanti and all of this DEI shit around themselves, the same way that she is, to try and build a stand-in waiting room audience for her. He is one of the people who is frequently playing Marvel Rivals with her both on and off camera. So, at the point in the interview where he brings him on, that is the reason why the video is basically called Dave Jaft interviewed Alicia Mercanti, and the thumbnail says throwing more softballs than a baseball field. Anyways,
He blocked.
Blocked air. Probably.
No, it was
his mouse
command
had
debuff.
Fucking
He had the debuff.
slip and I fucking pressed the key on his keyboard.
He has no idea what's going on.
He has no idea what's going on. No, he knows what's going on. He knows what's going on, Soda. You're missing his point, Soda.
Resist.
Here we go. Big move. Big move.
Also, I think this is damning that the other guild leader doesn't know who the people in his fucking guild is. You let in all these influencers and you didn't at all take time to get to fucking know them? Is that not more legitimate to the reason why Tyler's mad? Oh, no, I was telling you that. My reaction to your video that you just published about that, I watched that off air. If you want to get my reaction to that, we should definitely like do a sit down about that, because I can tell you what my reaction to your video is in real time. We can go through it like on a fucking recording, and I can just give you what is basically the Riff Tracks version of my takes, of my reactions of that video, about your breakdown and the conversation that you would have had you been able to go back and forth with them.
Who's right here? Is that Big Nathan? We got a huge frostbolt coming. Boss lives with 2,000 HP. We got a big frostbolt. We got a big. Oh!
What did I think about the Negrescent stuff? Pretty much the same thing that most people would. The first reaction is, lol, what? Rewind the VOD? Oh no. Oh no. Because I had to rewatch it twice. Or rather, I watched it twice. The first time was simply just take in the information. The second was to look back at it and really understand, okay, now that I've got all my yucks out, why did they actually say this? Yeah, my reaction to that is that the majority of the goddamn takes and the fucking opinions that come out of content creators or that come out of these fields of academia to justify the language that we then see on Twitter is such a wonderful 360 circle. Because as I've done research, or I've sat down and I've read these entries, these blog posts, whenever I know that I need to get access to the academics, when I go to Aiden and I ask her for help with it, or she just outright gives me the same data heuristics, I sit down and I just look at them from the layman's position, as well as from the academic position, and it's just like the gates of knowledge open in my mind, and I can see the memes all formulating in front of me like a perfect mind, and how it all coalesces into some of the most retarded shit that can happen on Twitter. I get it. I hate the fact that I understand it, but I get it. Especially the dumb shit that they were saying multiple times in the fucking softball field interview. The amount of shit that they said that they got away with because there were not more smart people there to call them on their bullshit and just rationalize to the common fucking viewer why it was cringe was so fucking frustrating to me. But you see, they would never let somebody like me in there. They would never take me on that call, because they would not be able to confound me, they would not be able to conflate me, they would not be able to distract me. The first thing that he's going to do is he's basically going to send her covert messages on whether or not he should cut my fucking microphone, because I'm going to lay into them. And that was probably the most annoying part for me, watching that, was you were fine, Wick was fine, that one white girl that was on before Wick was fine. She didn't have a lot of prescriptions or a lot of carve-outs. And then every single person after that were just fucking idiots. I don't know if they were just common normal chatters that were trolls that troll him often, and he just brought them on to try and pull Hassan and say, see, this is the attitude of all the people I deal with. Because I know that Mercante has gone back to the fucking wheelhouse with his bullshit again, claiming, you see these people, this is why I can't publish things on Twitch, this is why I can't publish things on Twitter, this non-stop harassment. It's like Smash JT on the other end of shit. It's like, why are people in the cottagecore industry stealing your takes? Is it possible because you're constantly dead-naming a content creator in your work, and then you're putting their before and after post-op trans operations and female feminization surgeries on screen, while also antagonizing them about pronoun usage? I wonder what the reason could be, Smash JT. It's crazy. It's bizarre. We're gonna get to the bottom of this mystery, Shaggy. Like, I throw my hands up at these shit. I don't know what the fuck to say to them. I know what I will say, but it's like, what answer do you want to hear? Like, I have to tell reality. It's so dumb. Smash JT as a story is something else. We're getting a little bit off topic, so I'm gonna pivot in a second, but I'll finish my sentence here. Smash JT and the story behind Jeff Tarzia is very simple. You probably already know about how much Alyssa hates Smash, but the basic answer of it is, ever since that softball field that she did, all of the things that she's supposed to be fighting against in her lawsuit were basically blown open by her choice to admit what she did. So like, when she said, I did digital stripping, one of the things that she wanted to then go on and say in that softball field was that, well, I was joking when I said that I sucked a dick. But Jeff and others, including myself and Cassie and also Hypnotic and others as well, just basically repeated the things that she said. And then with her repeating that, it's like, well, this is clearly not defamation then. It's clearly not harassment. It's just people repeating the shit that you said critically. Because you admitted it, you said it. The things that you're saying that are jokes, you construe them as jokes when they're not jokes. And then they become serious when you say you support the sex workers of the scene. We could care less about whether or not you show your skin on the internet for money. We just care about the fact that she can't own it. But for Smash, recently, more of this I can tell you in private later, but recently, he's just been sensationalizing the news. Like, quote, culture war grifters could. But more specifically, he has been locking in on trying to coal post way too fucking much. To the point where he's behaving just like Mark Kern is. Which has led to him constantly complaining that when he gives whistleblower stories or news stories, people then steal the credit for the story that he's posting, a la the Jason Schreier style, because he just constantly antagonizes the either trans-friendly or transgender article writers like Caroline Petit or Caroline Bush, I believe is the name of them, B-U-C-H-E, from BioWare. And in that particular video in question that I am referencing, as well as his posts and tweets on Twitter, he will just constantly slurify, dead name, antagonize, and go back and forth with Alyssa the same way that Mark Kern goes back and forth with Alyssa and other detractors as well. Pretty much trying desperately to be anywhere where drama's happening, putting himself and inserting himself inside of it. So yeah. Like, the whole story itself is pretty much like an inverse Brutus Rambo, where Brutus is not even doing anything right now. He's in school. We know that he's admitted that he's in university because, like, all the energy behind that movement died out because people cared more about antagonizing others instead of, like, creating shit. And I'm, like, very sold on the Vanessa Gothic question there, which is, like, create or shut up. Create stuff or move out of the way. Because there's a lot of people that are, like, sensationalizing and bragging about things that are supposed to be wins for the consumer when they are, in fact, not. Which, again, I said I was going to pivot, but just to give an example so that Dev has the context of what I'm talking about. Scroll. It is things like this. I should use the screen. This one. It's things like this. People like Grums, or Learning the Lawyer, or whomever, will make a post like this, where they will coal post and brag that it is a win for gamers to disable pronouns in a game, when the entire reason why Matt Hansen, I believe that tweet is Matt Hansen, went viral was, as the game director of Avowed, he's bragging about the fact that he is going to make a game that pisses off and antagonizes Elon Musk specifically, and gamers by proxy, because, oh my god, they're upset about a pronoun. When really, it's just the heels versus babyface quote tweet again. Which is, people paying more attention to the fact that someone is having a passionate breakdown and or rant about the game rather than focusing on the fact that they want to know what's in the game. Things like that has been pretty much what's been going on with Smash JT and others like him, that decide to take and make more news about sensationalized nothing burgers than actual public news stories. That's pretty much the carve out. Alright, I think that's everything I need to say.
Get me out of here! Get me out of here!
Why did he do
Halfway
that?
down the hall!
We just got back on topic.
Oh, he saw
Let me live, Mom!
See it when the raid leader is yelling finish?
the bomb right here from Maui.
Like, bro, we have to have a point of the whole time. Nathan's sitting there.
No, that's
watching.
cool.
Hey, guys! Hey, holy blink the bomb! Hey, blink the bomb! It doesn't one-shot him. He's 7,000 HP.
Is he?
It doesn't one-shot.
I mean-
Nathan just fucking ate the whole thing. He's a...
Soda, what do you fucking mean does it? You're the raid leader that had to study the fucking VOD. Did you not pay attention to any of the people in the goddamn shit?
20-year fucking player. He doesn't know this?
I didn't need you to crack the whip. I cracked the whip on myself. Ah!
You understand the boss mechanics?
But it's instincts, man.
You don't understand the boss mechanics, bro? We've been playing for 25 years. Halfway down the hall. You're a pussy, bro. Don't ever
They get crit for 4.5k. This is gonna call. I mean, I
You're a
guess.
pussy. And you're dog shit at this game. Period. Horrible player. That roach off my screen. Terrible. Next up. I know what to do. Waz. Come here. Waz, come here. Waz. Round of applause to you. Waz, you are a fucking god. Take heals on me! Take heals on me! Waz, you're a god. You're an absolute god. I'm dead pushing fucking. Take heals on me! Take heals pushing fucking. Waz.
Holy shit.
Your chance.
Basically standing in the
Look at
fucking
this guy's
circle.
just vibing, just chilling.
Just basically standing in the
He
circle.
has this, by the way, this is the add-on. He has this huge icon that is telling him Inferno damage, move away. Which Prince would have that, bro. It is what, like, they all have it. It is what it is. Bro, he starts to run, says, plants his feet. This is scream at him to run.
Haru, who is the Shrieker? That's Tyler 1! I feel like there's not enough people who are aware of, like, actually influential streamers, but you know what? That's okay. I'm the content creator. It's my job to tell you. That's Tyler 1. Popular League of Legends player.
Oh, the clip messed up. But stood in. Maybe, I'm not be mad that he
The
ran
help on
back
here?
in. Probably if everybody 100% plants their feet and runs, whatever. He stood in, bro. Congrats. Next up, PS Hero. How are you gonna message me on Discord? It was like, oh, it was so fun to play with you. Will you play like this, by the way? PS Hero, what are we doing, by the way? By the way, PS Hero drops a, oh, by the way, I'm running. Oh, by the way, I'm running. Apparently, he was also completely troll spec as well. PS Hero pop sprint. Could was it? Everybody's here.
He's in tank stamina belt.
Finish it. Finish it. Don't run. Sprints. Enable. He's gone. Goodbye. Let's watch. Let's watch.
And Soda has nothing to fucking say. Goddamn. Soda has nothing to fucking say. He's just, What can I call out here on the clip? He's stamina tank main. He has the stamina to run. No, you stupid fuck. He has stamina to position so that he can be able to tank. That's his entire goddamn job. It's a character class that moves, and then blocks, and then shields, and then gives self-heals. His entire job is to heal for the team so they can absorb. The man ran! He's fully behind the wall, Poppins!
He's gone.
He's fully behind the wall! What's the take, bro? What's the lesson here? Elucidate to me. What tactic, what strat is this for Molten Core?
Let's watch. Let's watch. Like, what are we doing, bro? Okay, again.
Yes, Fatal. The tank left the battle line. Granted, the AoE's everyone. But the tank that has the stamina to deal with the problems, who won't need to worry about D-Spell, he only needs to worry about survival, DPS, ran from the field. Is there more pirate software drama, or do people just police WoW hardcore events now? I have been covering
every single bit of OnlyFans, not specifically just for Pirate Software, but from where people jumped on to Pirate Software, they gave up from there. Like, they saw the original Yamato/Pirate drama, they jumped on from there and ran away with Moldovia's Fig Tree. And they're going in the direction that Chud Logic is right now, which I'm not faulting Chud. Chud's there for the crash out in the content. Me, I want to know the timeline of how things have been going. And this is the final part of a multi-part timeline. You weren't here for it, so I'll give you a brief rundown. Tyler 1 and all of these streamers that are in this clip, including Soda Poppins, who was the original creator of OnlyFans back in 2021, with influencers like Nuru and NMP Lol and Pokimane and Valkyrie and whatever. Pretty much any streamer that you've ever heard of or could know about or have learned about as an influencer, whatever main content they do, he got them to make a hardcore WoW account and to try and join his guild. Some have since been banned. Some famous examples being Pokimane, just annoying the piss out of him as she asked him infinite fucking questions. But in this scenario, in Season 3 of OnlyFans, Tyler 1 was brought in as a new chaotic guild leader to try and get people to basically, as I described it earlier, repeating the words of Josh Stripe Hayes, bring entertainment value and create Jersey Shore for online influencers out of the WoW content. Specifically because these people have fucking wet noodles of personality. They are certainly no Carl. They have bad personalities. They are either mid-level or smaller streamers that are just trying to farm clips off of LSF and off of the bigger content creators. Tyler and others like him were brought in to bring in a new energetic element of new blood as well as a new chaotic set, because the majority of the people who were coming in, if they were not specifically from retail WoW, came from games like League or Smite. Basically, games that specialize in this kind of after-action report, where you go after the raid, and whether it's success or failure, you say, okay, what did we do differently? What can we learn from? What can we have? Which is why Pirate Software, why Thor, was in the middle of the drama anyways. There is a very big contingency of people that wanted to antagonize Thor, simply because they hate Thor and they figured he must have a red personality, he must be a smug person. They don't like his matter-of-fact personality. Something could probably say about me. But the difference is that Pirate Software is a large streamer. He doesn't have to deal with those comments. He could just ignore them and block them. Smaller content creators, they gotta cut their teeth on those comments. They either learn to have a fun personality and learn how to fucking navigate that, or they're going to be cooked out and they're going to be brain broken. Like Soda is, right now. So, the timeline starts with Pirate Software and Yamato's Blade? Yamato's Law. Yamato was the guild leader on that raid where Pirate was, quote, roaching out. The context is that the reason why Pirate ran was because Yamato was the guild leader and was the one who told him to run. In that raid. Asbin went over the clip, I went over the clip, multiple contrators went over the clip, but only myself and Asbin seem to be the only ones that I saw that actually went through it and studied the VOD. He was their artificer and their enchanter. The reason why he ran, not only because Tyler's right-hand man, which is Yamato, told him as the guild leader, the raid leader, in that guild event to run, but because if he dies, they lose all of their enchantment equipment. Gone. Instantaneously. Like that. And people wanted to do the hindsight bullshit, where they wanted to accuse him as just being a roach. Because there's nothing bigger than being a fucking scumbag roach that wants to run from situations when you're supposed to be playing a team-based game. But the reason why he was getting shit on was because people refused to see this perspective, where everything in an alternate reality goes differently if after the fact, in the after action, Yamato actually spoke to Thor with some level of respect, dignity, and understanding. He did not. That's why Thor reacted the way he did. Yamato came at him constantly hostile. He refused to talk to him like a human being, so Thor said, no fuck you, and left. And then, inside of OnlyFans, there were more people that were joining into guild meetings to shitpost and antagonize and try to farm clips off of Pirate than there were trying to talk about guild meeting business. because they only are interested in making content. So this is what then led Thor to say, I'm going to go to Blizzard about you guys trying to harass me, because that's legitimate actual harassment. Because now it's not just in the game, out of the game, you've got people attacking his stream and trying to stream snipe and raid him. Actual fucking cancerous behavior. Of all those people that he originally said that he reported had to block, remove, and ban from his different outputs, about 4,000 people harassing him and his moderators. He didn't unban them because they were doing something that, if it were to actually be covered by a game company like Riot Games, would be an automatic ban. And we've seen them do it for less. So the fact that that was his reaction is only natural. But of course, as you know, it's not about how he reacted. It's the fact that he's reacting, period. They claim that it wouldn't have been like this if he had just taken his blame and his responsibility. But I have been in that position plenty of times. I'm not going to listen to a person who's going to come at me smug when they are responsible for the call, and I listen to their call, and then they get mad that they listened, or rather that I listened, and they cannot blame me and refuse to take accountability. Ultimately, it comes down to bad leadership and weak leadership, specifically on both Tyler and Sodapoppins. But it was his right hand, and Tyler was the one defending Yamato, and in this situation, Yamato and others sold him. But the timeline moves on from there, because that's where all of the internet stopped caring and they've been making non-stop content. The next event after that is that Yamato's Blade then ninja looted and stole loot from the undead identity type of players that are basically players that have been dying and have had to reset multiple times within their own clique. They have mayors, they call them, that are the leaders of their knit community. He stole loot off of them, and he tried to lie about it. No, it's okay. This one is less of a derail, and it's just more of a segue explanator for you, because you probably don't have time to look into this. I would encourage you to go look at my past Scarlet Homes that have coverage about it, but you might be watching for a while, so I'm just going to give you the full expressor. He steals a Staff Jordan, a very important item that he wanted to take for his character onto his alternate. He gets caught. He gets brought up by both Soda and Tyler. They then discuss his punishment, which is that his current character will be killed by a member of the undead. He survives his encounter. He survives this duel, but he was given all the treatment and all the safety because he was Tyler's right hand. He gets out of that situation. He then sets him up with him in his draft pick, because the way that they do it for Soda's audience is that they go through and they do a full tier draft pick, as you can see here on this video. Lubri and Lakari pick their raid teams, because Lakari is another player who did this, Grayson is another player that's done this, Oli Fangs for Miskiff is another person who's done this, and then multiple people leading their own versions of raids with Poppins' either reaction or his assistance, since he's basically the main leader, but he rotates in new people, so he can basically get the best of both worlds. He gets to bring in new blood to talent and treat them, and he gets to make content off of it, which I guess is the most ethical way he could do it. It's like elevating those streamers so that they can get some attention on themselves, because it's all personality at the end of the day. They draft pick their team. All of the people in this call, in this stream that he is sniping on, that Sodapoppins is reacting to, almost half to 60% of the raid team, all legitimate streamers, all fucking regular content retail players, selling meaning betraying him, selling him in this raid in this moment. Because the reason why this happens, the deaths that happen, because Tyler's character got killed and multiple other people got killed. It wasn't a full raid wipe, but it was enough of a wipe that if there are people that will go again, they'll have to reset and then work back from this crushing defeat. That is the responsibility of people not following a group call. The entire reason that I'm doing this is that this is the final conclusion of all of that. If back when Yamato tried to have it out with Pirate, if both of these two had come together as guild leaders to put them aside, to close the drama, so that no one was talking about it out of house, and that those that were caught talking about it out of house were banned from the guild, because it's not just he was bringing in any fucking body just cuz. He was bringing in people that he had to put through like rigorous background tests slash personality experiments. I saw what you said, Marvelicious. I'll get into it in a second. If they had addressed this, then nipped the shit in the bud, put them together as battle buddies, and if both of them refused to work together, banned the both of them, people wouldn't have been carried on about Pirate Software. They would have focused in on both of them, none of them, or they would have only cared about the crash out and they would have moved on. The thing that I did and the thing that Asmon did is that we've been following the story since then. And this is the temerity of all of this. Something that I commonly say whenever I deal with League players like this, whenever they do this shit on my streams, is that they care more about the emotions that they associate to the problem more than the actual problem. The problem here was weak leadership. That's it. Everything other than that is just getting down to how poor of a reaction to Tyler giving his real opinion with prepared evidence is. Because if there's one thing that Pirate didn't have, was the information. He didn't look at all the other angles. Tyler did, and brought receipts. His immediate reaction to seeing that he had a list of proof to go along with his persuasive argument was, oh my god, bro has a hit list! But now that Tyler's digging in their ass, pause. Now that Tyler is digging on them, and is pointing out every single mistake from all of the people who are constantly roaching on him, and he has every single bit of right to be upset, because if they had listened, it wouldn't have happened. All of these people who are bragging, saying, I would do differently. If I was in that situation, I would have been able to be a better player. Man, it's all spirit of the escalator. It's all spirit of the escalator. They're talking shit in a situation where they did nothing and bitched up on spot. And that's funny regardless. Yeah. Anyways, I saw that comment. I'm pretty sure that was a Twitch comment. Yo, Carl, have you seen Fantasy Life 2 coming to all platforms with cross saves and crossplay? Fantasy Life. Fantasy Life. What's Fantasy Life? I don't think I have. I had a feeling this was coming. Fantasy Life. What is Fantasy Life? Google! Fantasy Life, The Girl Who Steals Time launches May 21st. I have no context. Feel free to fill me out on that, Marvelicious. But yeah, that's why I'm watching this. I did my due diligence, I did my homework, I paid attention to the news story after everybody moved on, and I am exposing the fact that a lot of these guys that wanted to do this shit for drama and for attention, they fucking are just as bad, if not worse, than the fucking harassment campaigns they sent to people. And we just clean. It's just. No reason not to. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Moving on.
And I don't understand about his specs. I don't really care about people pressing all their buttons. Whatever, bro. If I'm screaming, stay, what are we doing?
He's still fucking quiet.
Oh, on.
This is like, you're actually screaming. And most of these guys are super Swiss. I don't give a shit. I get it's like spontaneous. You have to like decide, like ground your feet and not fucking move. I understand. It's hard. It is what it is. But what like I think the whole actual issue was, what was I doing this whole time? Right? If they were listening at any part during this raid, I think they would listen to this, but nobody was listening regardless. Nobody. Dogs. Disgusting player, disgusting person. You're terrible, yes.
He's got some serious hindsight glasses.
Me on Discord after. Please go again.
He has serious hindsight glasses. I don't know how they do it over there in WoW, in retail, or in classic private open servers for seasons of exploration. But everything that Tyler's doing is what a League player would do. Both for competition, as well as for breakdown. I can demonstrate. Where's my fucking VOD? Where's my Nemesis VOD? No, I do not want the live. I want the video from yesterday, and I want the video from also yesterday, apparently. So 4 hours ago and yesterday.
Samir.
You have.
Okay, this is draft talk that he has muted with him. I believe this is what I'm looking for.
I write it. Lane swap discussion. That.
What is right? Everybody's here besides Crowny. Here.
Mr. Really end. He's just there. Zone. In your world, you're like around here,
Hello.
I think, trying to enter. Hello, hello. I'm
Hello.
just going over to move out. Aatrox is on mid. This is the first.
Now this is gonna look like fucking Greek to you all, but I have to present this as I'm presenting it. 1 second. Boom. Bop. Bada boom. Bing. Pow. Jalopy. Okay. I don't know how they do it over in those other games, but this is the world that I come from. When I did this shit for fucking money. We League streamers, or any competitive PvP player, we watch pro scenes, and we watch pro games, and we play scrims, both for fun, for money, and for content. And the thing that Tyler's doing right now is what Nemesis is doing here on this VOD. At 2 hours, 43 minutes, and 48 seconds after playing a bit.
Wave, yeah.
Yesterday.
Right. He then tries to run top, but it's kind of the same as if he was still mid because he's on a ward. So Caitlyn and Karma fast push the wave real quick. They push the wave, push the wave, push the wave. And then he can't really enter top. In your worlds, you're like around here, I think, to enter. Hello, hello.
Hello.
He can't enter. And even if he tries to enter now through lane, he's just zoned away on the proxy. So what he ends up doing is he just tanks it. He just stands there. Yeah, he just stands there. He doesn't walk up. And then when he sees his team is diving bot and he's safe, what he does is he 50-50 gambles where their support is. He says, I'll wait long enough for the wave to be thinned for them to think that I'm not going to get dove, and he just walks up and then catches next waves. But essentially what he is he's level 1 at mid 3, right? It's a horror.
Can you go back to the first wave?
Yeah.
So,
this is the first wave.
what they're doing here is they're studying a Korean team game. This is HLE versus STK Telecom 1. And they are basically walking through the breakdown of a VOD. And they are just explaining basic mistakes, basic choices, basic reactions, and the reason why they made their decisions. And then after that,
people, their name, or if they've heard you, or
they then talk about concepts for how they're supposed to communicate to other people, which is the same thing that I do in my private coaching sessions to people who choose to hit me up for it, with on-screen concepts. I need to bring it out of the filter because it's cutting some stuff off. But just on-screen concepts. Basic shit. Communication structure, for example. How do you talk to a player? How do you get people to understand shit? When people need to say something and understanding them, something like, this person is clearly far ahead, I need to funnel gold into them. Rather than poor communication, which would be, you should listen to me, cause, scoreboard, skill board, get a kill, 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 and retarded shit like that. Someone is calling me. Hello, Starlight. I told you that I tried to call you earlier. I'm sorry. Happy Valentine's to you, baby. It's a Friday. Someone opened fire in a Walmart on Manchester. Someone opened fire on the street in the open air with a gun. Okay. You too, baby. She's fine. Anyways, she was just calling to tell me about why I was calling her earlier before I was live. Sorry. We break shit down. We get analytical. We don't like being wrong about things. So, with the ability to get feedback information by looking at a replay that is given to you in your match history as a part of your VODs, we use that information alongside coaching material to try and make you into a better player. We care more about how you plan around decision making and actions and tactics. And the crossover here with this between both of them is that this is exactly the mentality in which Tyler is doing his descriptions and he's giving his prescriptions. He is not just crashing out. He's not just being angry and voicing his opinion at the most loudest and most common and quickest moving thing that's happening. He is going through each of these people and he is assessing them the way he would assess himself. And now that he's said, okay, I've done my analysis of me. Let's talk about you! This is where every single fucking Twitch streamer, Twitch chatter, YouTube chatter, YouTube streamer, and people reacting to an event who have no context, no understanding, and no knowledge of the background of the culture, completely are fucking cooked and are completely cut. Because this is the mentality that he asked for. This is what he brought Tyler in to do. His reaction to this, the way that most people would farm a clip on LSF, he has no context. Why am I moving in 420p? We need that high profile Carl reaction. The same way that any person would be able to react to content if they were trying to stream snipe someone and get reaction and clicks and donos off of farming and milking the reaction from people on Twitch, is exactly what Tyler's doing here. Now granted, Nemesis is a higher quality tier of analysis player. He is a coach for some of the best teams in the goddamn world when it comes to League of Legends and Smite in general. Because both games are relatively the same, the only difference is the itemization system and what certain characters do. But most of them have carryover because most of them are taking ideas in general. But I want you to imagine, for these guild meetings that they're holding for OnlyFans, there are some versions of them that are on Sodapoppin's channel. They're doing the equivalent of this. And the entire time during the fucking preamble for the goddamn raid, all of those streamers that he's calling out, they're doing this. The entire fucking time. They're talking over the lesson. They're talking over the strategy. They're talking over the game plan. They're not deciding and working as a group. They are more interested in making money off of their streams than they are actually being able to have fun playing the encounter and learning the encounter. Mind you, newer players, they shouldn't and wouldn't really care about that, but the consequential issue here is that it's hardcore, meaning permadeath characters. They have to be knowledgeable, they have to be educated, they have to be firm, they have to be solid, because either you win or we die and re-reset. Me? I'm the kind of player that plays these games all the fucking time. Permadeath don't matter to me for shit. Sometimes the death itself is content, and your reaction to it and how you handle it. But here, you have high tensions, you have high emotions. You've got people who are more interested in trying to get revenge against somebody than they are in learning how to grow as a player, and thus learning how to grow as a person. Because my philosophy, and the philosophy of someone like Nemesis, and I think because of how often he's been with them at other events, as well as just being a common high elo League player, the way that you behave is the way you play the game. All of these people are self-interested, so they're only interested in survival, and they're only interested in their own benefit and what they can get out of the interaction. For Tyler, for Nemesis, for Sodapoppins, which is half of the reason why he ain't got shit to say, because he can't respond back to this in any fucking way meaningfully, as well as for any person that I have taught and has asked me to give them advice, or has hired me as their coach to refer to for help with League, if they have hit me up for it recently, or when I first started doing Coach Carl content. The way that you play the game is a fundamental factor of how you approach situations in life. It's all critical thinking skills. It's all problem solving skills. If you don't have the skill, you have to develop it. So you need the framework upon which to work as a basis. Usually, emulating off of someone else until you're able to go through by osmosis, learning the reasons why they make the decisions that they do, to then alter the playstyle and or the lesson plan system tailored to your learning abilities and to your style of pedagogy. Because it's all pedagogy, or pedagogy, however the fucking word is said. It's all based on your format of learning and how you then export that learning to another person. The ultimate problem is that none of them treated it like it was the big leagues. And so, when they were all doing their plans, and they're doing everything possible to explain and break down why you needed to do something, they didn't do things like drills. None. None whatsoever. They weren't doing things like this for the raid, where they're running drills about how to do a play, or running drills about how to handle a mechanic. They weren't going over and having a normal conversation like they are while they're going through this coaching material for their ability to play for sprints.
We get those drills and we remember how we do our swaps. It's really important. Okay. And then super tempo. There's some plays where we get a really good play, but then we overstay, and then we greed, and then we get something, and even though we get something, we get chased to the nexus, and then we come out of the map and we've lost control and we have to retake. Sometimes on the plays made and we've like sent it for 30 seconds straight, it's okay, we can just back, spend our gold, come out, match one save wave, and then we can eject it. We don't have to overstay, overgreed, or rush the game in general.
Basic things, like overstaying your tempo, which if you want to say what the biggest consequence of what killed Tyler in that raid was, it was overstaying his tempo. He didn't utilize his tempo, he tried to ignore the mechanic, he called for them to finish at a really bad time. He could have just simply abandoned his call, but because he is not capable of doing this, it's whatever. And he says that it's whatever. But they're so stuck in wanting to roach on him and then mog on him. Mog means to argue back and forth. Stunting for attention. Stunting being another way of gloviating for attention. Gloviating being a bigger word for seeking attention. They want to mog so much on the clip, and they want to mog so much on the mistake, that when it comes time to talk about their mistakes, again, they roach out. They run. They scatter. As soon as the light hits them.
Bro, fuck you.
I mean, everyone knew PS Hero was a troll spec, but it's only a big deal after Tyler died.
Everything we've done, bro. Everything we've done. I played me with you freaks before. Yamato, I literally saved you from certain death. And you want 100% HP with Quick Shield, run the f away. Bro, maybe I'm just built like way different. Maybe that's what it is.
You do have 8,000 health. And all the heals are sent onto you.
You can't turn around.
He's not talking about him being built different with his build. He's not talking about being built different with his build, Soda. He's talking about his mentality. He has a different mentality. We come from different worlds. We literally come from a different world than where you're from. Topical Black History Month joke. We're built different. We're mentally different. We're sociopaths. We're psychopaths. We see plays in places where numbers don't make sense. We go off of instinct and we go off of vibes. But the vibes are fresh and the fucking fit is tight. They aren't the same. They are not the same. So when those strong personalities come to clash, weak personalities, and we recognize them as weak, they can't fucking handle it anymore.
Whatever. Also, we drop a smile here. We're smiling? Are we like embarrassed? Is that what that is? Real? Are we serious, by the way? Again, this boss lived with...
Just laughing at the fact that his fucking team's dead. That's so wild. That's so wild.
2,000 HP. 2,000. Imagine if anybody decided to just listen. You better press buttons, bro. Just fucking stand there.
Is he done?
It is.
Is he done?
Gordon's a god. Gordon, shout out to you, bro. You're a god. I respect you, Gordon. Gordon, you're a god.
We don't need to watch the rest of this. I encourage you to watch this clip yourself. You can easily find it. In fact, I will drop it in the chat here. But the general carve out about this story, after we've gone through all of the stuff, after it's all been said and done, only things is full of only roaches. Every single one of these people who were responsible for sending that hate wave towards Pirate, and then sending it towards Tyler, and then retroactively Tyler's chat going after that one guy that wanted to take credit for saying that he was roaching on the guy, and sensationalizing it, and doing whatever, with the back and forth and whatever. All of this could have all been solved if they had actually been there to play, to win, and work together as a team. They were not. And because they fucking roached and they sold, and they cared more about trying to get fucking clicks on their goddamn streams than actually having fun playing games with their friends, or with their supposed influencer friends, everything's fucking cooked. Pick up the phone! Embarrassing. Fucking embarrassing. If Soda goes again, he just needs to simply just find better people. Just find better people. Find better stuff. Anyways, moving forward. Nintendo is back in the news again. They are once again trying to file for more patents and have had so far 22 out of 23 full rejections with anti-Palworld patents filed in the US, trying desperately to take Pocket Bear to court and failing miserably on being able to find the precedent to do so. Why are they wasting our time? They just put out Faybreak. That shit came and it's an okay addition. I've been playing a bit of it off camera. I don't understand why the Pokemon Company is wasting this time. They should be putting more of this development time and effort into the next Pokemon title. We know which one it's going to be. We know it's another Legends game. But they need to be working on the next flagship title. And they need to just stop with all this nonsense. There's no reason for the Pokemon Company or for Game Freak to be going after them like this, trying desperately to abuse the laws. It's just basically the same update I gave before months back when this first started. It's an open shut, why are you wasting our time case? But they were basically instantly rejected the moment they submitted. So someone at the patent office is paying attention to this and is rejecting them outright. Just make sure they don't take advantage of it. We'll see how bad it gets. And then FPS Diesel, my king, the goblin, the goat,
In August of
dropped us a video on Mark Kern. Let us watch. Let us react and watch.
2014, a blog post called the Zoe Post spread across the message boards of 4chan.
Oh, God, he's going way back.
It began a watershed moment on the internet.
He's going way, way back. But Carl, that would mean improving their games and mean easier to crush your opponents in court. Well, you see, the problem is that the reason why it makes so much money, and the reason why Pocket Pair wins out with Palworld is they did something that they could not do, which is they made something that Pokemon players wanted. Whether or not they wanted specifically Pokemon with guns, or Digimon with guns, or fucking Yokai Watch Pal pairs with guns, is irrelevant. They made a concept that uses the idea of Pokemon and then takes it someplace else. That is exciting. It's a breath-alike. So, you'll have to deal with the gliding mechanic and the flying mechanics, but you can ride a Pokemon and use it as a glider. You can ride on the back of your pal and run around the world, fly around the world, glide around the world in some places even. You can be on the back of a water dragon as he's blowing sheer hyper beam destruction in the general space of everyone around him. You can be riding on the back of, effectively, a Ponyta, hitting them with, again, a gravity beam that kills everything in the hyper beam space around them, as well as headbutting them with giant majestic horns. The amount of fun that you get to have exploring a world in the 3D fashion which they've tried to copy but couldn't do well with what they tried to emulate, which of what is comparable and similar but not so much is there, because it's basically crafting mechanics. That's really the biggest difference between this and one of the more up-to-date titles, which would be Scarlet and Violet. While there are Pokemon that you can ride basically as a motorcycle, It is just simply exploring the open world, learning about a new lore system, learning about an environment, and doing something that is a fusion of the best parts that you could have taken from Mystery Dungeon, the best parts that you could take from Pokemon Ranger, a franchise that they're not going to bring back, by the way, the best parts that you can have with Fun, which features the concepts of Pokemon Snap, the best parts and features that you could feature from mainstay Pokemon, including the Collectathon and the breeding methods, and the best concepts that you could get from Pokemon Legends. At least the one which they recently did, that has yet to be released, and the one they released before in the form of Arceus. It has all those makings and more. But then when it gets to the point where you're industrial, and you can be able to make your pals do work, produce bullets, produce items, produce weapons, and then you are basically shooting these mons with grenade launchers and assault rifles. That's what people didn't get to have. Basically a way to create fun out of the concept of Pokemon that engages them in the collectum system and gives them a reason to want to breed the Pokemon to begin with. Whether you call them Pokemon or Digimon or Pocket Pals or whatever, it's Monster Ranching. 100. It's just Monster Rancher with extra steps. And rather than look at that innovation and take something away from it and make a better market, they're instead more focused on trying to stop them with legal challenges. But not legitimate legal challenges that by all means have no purpose to ever have been placed out of dignity for your company. It's basically giving Kendrick versus Drake. They're doing the Drake thing right now, and they're losing for it, and it's embarrassing. They should be embarrassed. They should give up. Going this.
To restore ethics in games journalism and protect gamers' freedom of speech. This movement would become what we know as Gamergate. Towards the end of its initial run, a warrior for the movement would begin to emerge out of the fiery pits of his long-maligned West Coast Customs game bus. Mark Cern, aka Grums.
I'm out. Mark Kern was just one of many people who came out of Gamergate, but he's probably one of the worst ones to have come out of it. I know people are gonna dig on people like Dev, they're gonna dig on people like Sargon and V, but realistically, Mark Kern is probably the best example of what a grifter actually is and looks like in a real moving function, outside of John Delaraz and JF Trent, and I guess also Melanie Mac, in the fact that he has a whole video game he's supposed to have been working on this entire time and still has yet to turn in any evidence about. And he is more focused on trying to cold post about drama situations than he is trying to actually do something that would help consumers, which is leading by example. Again, the Gothics question. Create or shut up. He's not creating, he's adding his breath to shit, and then he's antagonizing people, and acting as though he is the equivalent of someone telling you not to split the Democratic vote by voting for a third-party independent. He doesn't offer any change, and he is not providing any context, and when pressed for question, he's trying to pull Hassan, and he's trying to ignore criticism, which outright puts him in my crosshairs and others' crosshairs, because I'm tired of seeing it, I'm tired of hearing it. He gives ammunition to our enemies that would look at him and use his worst behavior as an example to silence the rest of us and gatekeep the rest of us, which is half the reason why we're here to begin with. Hell yeah, fucking Game Freak suing them. That's the entire reason they're trying to put the patents. They're trying to have legal precedent to take them to court on, and they're not getting it.
Over the last year or so, there's been a lot of buzz generated concerning Grum's outspoken cries against diversity in video games, questionable reactionary tweets regarding topics such as Starfield's menus, and Dr. disrespects the age of consent conversation, and easily falsifiable tweets. But why does Grums hold so much weight in gaming community with his large...
Because he has a large audience. Or has gained a large audience through ass-kissing. Would you say that these grifters are what you try to fight against? Yes, 100%. One of the biggest problems with cold posting is that cold posting is not the same thing as making shit. Now, there are a hefty amount of shit posters and a hefty amount of, I would say, hate watchers, hate reactors, that they exist to bring air to the conversation of what a normal consumer of their content does. So, Cassie, or Oh No It's Alex, or others like them, of which technically horror actually belongs to as an audience, they are not just shitting on people for the purposes of, like, hate posting. They are reacting, and they are giving their live opinion about shit that they are annoyed with. So, my rant, and all the ranting that I did yesterday about PlayStation and their state of play, that's what they do. They're basically the voice of the Xbox user. They're the voice of the PlayStation owner. They're the voice of the hardcore PC master race. And for them, they are creating content while at the same time reacting to things. They're not trying to stop you from doing anything. They only want to give their opinion. But in giving their opinion, they are also analyzing the critics and the critical opinions that are being forced upon them as consume product and get excited for next product. So, take my card out from my stream yesterday. Everything I said about Borderlands 4, I begged someone to argue with it. And that's the majority of what cold posting should be. It should be the consumer saying to the industry, hey yo, what the fuck is this? How do I consume this, bro? This isn't food. I don't want it. But what Grums does, and other accounts like him do, and then try to convert, cuckoo, cuckoo, how the fuck are you? Thank you for the 10 members. Welcome, gifted members. It all goes into the coffers. Thank you kindly. I love that alert more than I should.
Straight eggs, no bacon. The fuck are you doing?
I'm living, that's what I'm doing, Pascal. So,
You are eating straight eggs.
you'll never get those because your account's
What the fuck
branded?
are you doing?
What do you mean by that? They disallowed you from being able to have gifted?
You are eating straight eggs, no bacon. The fuck are you doing?
I lost my cap.
You are eating straight eggs, no bacon. The fuck are you doing?
Well, now I'm looking for my cap, Pascal. It's by my foot. No, it's not.
You are
Yes, it
eating
is.
straight
No, it's
eggs,
not.
No bacon. The fuck are you doing?
It's gone. I'm stealing one off the empty bottles.
You are eating straight eggs, no bacon. The fuck are you doing?
It's not actually distracting. This is actually a part of exactly what I was about to pause
You
for
are
anyways.
eating straight eggs,
But,
no bacon.
back to my
The
point.
fuck
I was
are
distracted
you
by
doing?
losing my cap. Lord knows I ain't got no fucking cap to give away anyways. But
You are eating
the
straight
point of cold
eggs, no
posting
bacon.
is supposed to
What
be
are you doing?
when you do that self-analysis and when you do that group analysis of dumbass opinions that you see on the internet,
You are eating straight
you
eggs,
get into
no
them,
bacon.
you figure out if their
What
opinions
you
are
doing?
meaningful, you figure out if they are smart, or if they're worth of anything, and you just tell people,
You are eating
and you call a spade a
straight eggs,
spade.
no bacon.
I call you a
What
retard,
are
you call me a
doing?
retard, I explain my points, you explain your points, and then for everybody else who's just watching, you can take whatever side you take as a persuasive argument, and that's it. What Mark Kern does, and Alyssa Mercante, and Airbag01, and other such grifters, including JF Trent, and including John Delaroz, and including Melanie Mack. While the techniques for men and women are different, so the thing that Melanie will do will be different, the general idea is they sell you a nothing burger as though it is a win. So earlier, when I was segued and pivoting on explaining to Dev what that was, when you see posts from people like from Brutus Rambo, but less him now since he's kind of like stepped away, but from any person that looks at a news story and they care more about the drama than they do about the positive outcome or the negative outcomes that it affects upon the space and the ability to have conversation around it. So rather than being concerned about how a person, I can bring him an example from literally last night because the motherfucker got mad enough that he tried to block me about it. Concerning examples like an individual getting upset about something that you say and something that you demonstrate. Like here. Boop, boop. When you get upset about something that it can be demonstrated through something like this here. This is the wrong window. When you get upset and frustrated about something like this here, where you are pocket watching somebody like Hypnotic, because you say, The dude spent the last 6 months saying that Avowed's gonna suck, and then he drops $90 to get early access to the game so he can say, hey look guys, I made them look gay as shit and wonderful. This is a mental illness that describes these folks. And then I jump here into the comments and I tell him preemptively, I want angry and annoying people like you to know that I paid $0.00 to be able to make you upset by making content that returns a net profit and gives back to the audience while adding criticism that is in demand. Thanks, Daredrop. And I could criticize him about the fact that he's cold posting. The entire point should be, who fucking cares how you got your Steam key? What do you have to tell me about the game? What can you show me about this game that because I have access to it, or you have access to it, that we can make a conversation about? Period. What can you tell me about Avowed that I cannot be capable, or in my case, since I have the game, because I was able to get the first rotation of the keys on Daredrop, because they disappeared like that. What can you tell me that I can't find out for myself? If you can't do that, shut up, get out of the way. Simple as that. The cold posting is cold posting. Because people will make memes, they're going to be antagonistic, they're going to say whatever the fuck they want to anyways. But you need to tell me what the fuck is in the game. So, to that point, I believe it was Struggler. I need to put this off the screen because I might have retweeted some porn. But, somewhere off of my streams, I got tagged by, I think it was Struggler who posted it. On a post where he just talks about his opinion about Psy from Dustborn and shit like this. This entire thread here exists because I created a live stream and I streamed the game from beginning to end. This is why this post exists. With me playing that video game to completion, whether it was hostaged or not, I have provided the material upon which the material criticism and the critical theory or the critical breakdown or the analysis of the criticism could be provided. Because I have made content and you watched it and consumed it, you have now begun the process of thinking about it, and through which discourse has been produced. I wish I took that graph down and I posted it somewhere publicly. I need to go find that graph. Where's that fucking graph I always look at? Where's that graph? I think I put it in art or in memes. I don't think I pinned it. Maybe I did. Not here. Here. This thing. You. Picture. Get in my Obsidian notes. This shit looks hype. This looks so fucking schizo. But it's whatever. We're chilling. We're vibing. We're grinding. I'm gonna put this in the same file for Gaming Space for version. So, this autistic looking fucking graph that I designed as a breakdown of what exactly conversations look like when you make content and how you criticize it and the cycle that it looks like. This fucking graph right here that I made like, what, fucking several months back now at this point? When did I make this? Fucking middle of the year last year. So, middle of the year last year, when I put this together, I forgot what it was we were talking about. But, the entire media cycle is I make the media. Let me get some green here. Okay. So, I make the media. You watch and consume that media. And from the multiple perspectives of the people who are consuming it, you create debate, and cycling that debate and conversation as a flowchart infinitely moves in a cycle that produces the discourse. And from that comes the media accuracy and media awareness and the critical theory and the critical thinking skills that create more discourse that then lead into material that creates the conversation around topics. Which, when you have people that skip this process, they are only interested in clout sharking. That's what cold posting effectively does. It's clout sharking. You ignore the conversation and you're more concerned about how do I make money. Because I created live streams going through and playing Dustborn, it allows Struggler to give this analysis of the material, which is itself born from a observation that is added to for purposes of context from a post from yet another mutual talking about one of the things that comes directly from the cultural zeitgeist, literally out of the culture war, which is the queer / gay / NB crippled, possibly transgender, vitiligo-stricken Muslim character, or characters like them that are made by committee for representation. Things like this add nothing to our conversation if you cannot find a way to make it relevant to the point. Of course, they were created for the purposes of seeing yourself in characters through representation. But what does that actually mean if the character's written like dog shit? Representation, but you can't represent the opinion of the people who are trying to criticize you. And when you do, you paint them as Nazis, literally every single time. Some type of fascist, some type of Nazi, some type of person that critically thinks, except for the good one, which is basically Barack Obama. That's Dustborn in a nutshell. That game would not make money and would continue to be a failure in the fucking straitjacket of Red Thread and Quantum. But the game existed, it was consumed, there were opinions, and we moved on and went on to other things. That is what normal people do. The Cole posters never move on from the, quote, few wins that they get. They repost things like they're eating fucking candy. Rather than just taking a piece of candy, consuming it, and eating it, they stick it in their mouth, and then they'll do something like regurgitate it. Or they'll stick it under their tongue, like a member berry. And then they'll talk about, hey guys, remember that one time that they did something that was cringy? Man, that was really cool. You should subscribe to my YouTube page to hear more about how these guys are being cringe. It's what fucking Kern's doing. It's what Smash JT has started to do. It's what a lot of grifters have done and continue to do. It's what John Delaroz is getting exposed for. It's tryhard. It's tryhard, but it has no fucking skin. No fucking skin in the game. Because talking about a video, critically recapping a video, reading an article, it's not enough. If you're just producing that and that's your content, that's not enough. Because this is where people would then criticize us for being lazy reactors and not making our own content. The content of my work is the content of my mind. If I'm not having an opinion and I'm not giving a diverse enough opinion that adds on to the material that I am consuming, then I am not doing my job. And that is supposed to be the job of people like myself and Horror to keep me in check on doing so. As well as the self-policing mechanism that we have as reviewers and reactors to say what the line is. And we know that the line is reacting harder. If that is the position which Kern wants to take, where he is now like Diesel, like myself, or going back to the tweet in question, he wants to be comparative to Hypnotic. He has to produce more than just words. I know, I'm getting there. I had one more sentence. He has to do more than just shit posting about the game and making memes about the game. He actually has to make stuff too. And he hasn't been making his game, period.
Twitter following. Does he have a way with words that we have yet to grasp? Or does he cater to the most reactionary denominator? So let's examine Mark's past achievements and how we have our self-proclaimed, quote, savior of Vanilla WoW.
And they miss their home and their community. If you provide a home for these veterans again, they will come back. And they will likely play both the new content and the legacy content.
I'm out. I forgot that the slogan of that was Make Azeroth Great Again.
It all starts in Mark Cern's youth. You see, Cern describes an immediate love of gaming from an early age, teaching himself how to code, draw, and plan out level design well into his collegiate years. However, as Cern states, the quote, Asian side of my parents said it was time for law school, so off I go. In interviews, Cern notes that he obtained a bachelor's degree in cognitive science with a concentration in artificial intelligence. This starts what I would call the many white lies of Grumps, seeing as there was no concentration in AI, nor was this indicated on his degree back in 1992. However, his particular interest in Anime Club is profoundly displayed on his LinkedIn profile page. Cern would later graduate with a law degree from Boston University, concentrating on intellectual property and copyright law, which became a recurring theme throughout his career. Cern states that throughout...
Basically, something that didn't exist, and also, Merc Kern's biggest credential claim means that he is effectively a middle manager. He would have maybe probably sort of had a crossover with Thor's dad and with Thor himself. as a Nepo hire.
At school, he was still working on games on the side. His earliest credit was for art design for Star Reach, a DOS game published by Interplay in 1994. He then states that he started a game company during the dot-com boom, whose games were contested by Bungie and Blizzard. CERN would take a deal to work with Blizzard in 1998 as an associate producer for StarCraft. Much of his role in development is first-person account, but he would proudly identify his crowning achievement as the completion and shipping of World of Warcraft. In interviews, CERN went on to say that the game was the black sheep of the company, and without his position as team lead, WoW could have not shipped. Like before, the validity of Kern's messianic claims have never been corroborated or refuted. Examining works written by former Blizzard MMORPG game changers, there mentions little to no impact that CERN had on the game. In my research and from private testimony from anonymous sources, CERN's role was nothing more than that of a middle manager, more focused on the money and marketing part of the game rather than the coding and gameplay savant that he portrays himself to be.
Ta-da!
However, the most curious thing is how his departure from Blizzard changed depending on how grandiose he felt. CERN embellishes that due to layoffs that occurred months before the release of WoW in 2004, this was Blizzard's parent company at the time, Vivendi, and did not reportedly affect the Blizzard offices. He was growing tired of the corporatization of games and that the passion for art making was lost. When asked to lay off his staff, CERN proudly recalls, quote, "I told the executives that we can't do that. We're a family at Blizzard, and don't just fire people haphazardly."
6 months after we shipped WoW, and I'll never forget the moment that I made that.
This was his interview with Young Rippa, with Eric July, on For Canon's Sake. I forget the day this was. My brain wants to say July, but I'm probably wrong. But this would be when Kern would stop going on camera as himself, and he started going on camera as Grums, the Ember Dev, the VTuber model. Something he picked up from V, ironically enough.
Decision. It was actually 6 months before I left. They asked me to lay off the most successful team in Blizzard history on the eve of our greatest game, and they said, "You got to go in and you got to chop people." And I said, "No." I said, "We are a family. We've been telling people for years we're not Electronic Arts. We don't hire developers and then fire them as soon as we're done with the game. This is wrong." And I'll never forget what happened. The VP turned to me and said, "Well, we're a real company now."
Wow.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, I see. Times have changed now that money is here. Okay. And that's when I started to make my plans to leave. 6 months later, I sent in my resignation letter. They asked me, the CEO and founder called me back, said, "What can we do? You want a sabbatical for a year? What can we do?" And I said, "Nothing. I'm burnt out. I got 2 Blackberries going off with messages about WoW emergencies every day. I need a break." So that's when I left.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Well,
as heroic as CERN sounds, he has told very different retellings of this, describes taking time off for collective crunch of making WoW and wanting to leave the games industry altogether. Other interviews still have another version of events where he wanted to strike out on his own in the MMO genre immediately. Whichever you believe, CERN left Blizzard in 2005 and never kept their name out of his goddamn mouth. CERN and other former Blizzard staffers ended up founding a new studio, that being Red 5 in September of that year. At first, CERN was listed as the CEO and later added the Chief Creative Officer in 2008. Not much is known about the studio's early days, especially without a single release project to their name at the time, but curiously, they did start a Shanghai office in 2007, only to close their doors in 2010. Around the same time, a Chinese gaming company, The Nine, would invest $10 million into the company that still needed to produce a single game. The Nine had hoped that partnering with Red 5 Studios would broaden their Western appeal and vice versa. And if you think that this is the end of China's involvement in the story, you'd be sadly mistaken, but no spoilers just yet. This is where Firefall enters the discussion, and it was a much anticipated open world, first-person sci-fi shooter that was supposedly to put Red 5 Studios on the map, and for good reason. CERN's
a game that felt more like Fusion Fall than it felt like a actual open world MMORPG with futuristic settings. Only be beaten out by games that ended up achieving this with less effort, less processing power, and less work. Literally mogged by Ron World, a game that to this point still has a closed Discord chat where you have to go to install the files to sync to the world server.
Spared no expense to actively market the game and having the most eye-catching booths at events like GDC and the now defunct E3. CERN saw himself as a bit of a gaming icon and spent money like he was one. During the development of Firefall, CERN took out at least 44 trademarks, including publications and web series that had nothing to do with Firefall. Before we get to the famous Firefall bust, though, some of the money was spent on very interesting things, like the following videos that have no relation to anything whatsoever.
Welcome to King's Landing, a city of kings.
Now, I can forgive this. This is for a kid's 10th birthday party. I can promise you, whoever this was made for, Max, assuming that's one of his kids, they're going to remember that they did this for them. And in that is one cool thing in his jacket. However, because I'm me, you have heard me say multiple times that this is the Vito Gesualdo method. You can't make fun of me. You can't criticize me. I did good things. I do good stuff. I used money to buy and help celebrate a Game of Thrones themed birthday party for a 10-year-old kid. Look, I was responsible for helping make WoW classic shit. I was responsible for making WoW retail shit. You can't criticize me. I'm Mark Kern, super internet video famous Gamergate guy. But what games have you made recently?
Anything whatsoever.
Welcome to King's Landing, a city of kings and whores where anything can happen. Yeah, it's quite right. Do be careful, the shit's about to get real. Well, I'm a fucking king! Proper ratty and wrathful and nasty when I drop a fucking hammer and bay like a passage.
There are 2 of these, and they are both equally as irritating to watch. And now CERN's spending magnum opus, the Firefall bus. And boy, oh boy, do I love the Firefall bus. The pictures, the everything, what you're seeing right now is a $3 million esports and mobile development hub brought to you by West Coast Customs. Yes, the Pimp My Ride guys in 2013. Remember that League of Legends had just established its esports system and would not experience significant growth for another 2 years. Mark CERN, ever the rock star that he is, believed that it was time to capitalize on the market and strike while the iron was hot. CERN was later fired the week before Christmas in December of 2013. CERN would explain that he stepped away from the company due to Chinese investors taking over. Still, AMAs of unnamed Red 5 staffers paint a much different picture. CERN faced allegations of overspending on promotional campaigns for Firefall. Red 5 employees described CERN as being prone to extended absences and having, quote, erratic, impulsive, and very disruptive leadership style. Staffers reported that he would send out a barrage of hate-filled emails all throughout the night and throw away weeks' work of development, despite rarely being in the office and overseeing the project. He referred...
How great it would be if anybody would ever just be the guy that just exposed all of this by putting the fucking emails out there. I don't think we still have these emails to this day, but unfortunately this would be the beginning of where the picture of Mark Kern's behavior behind the scenes would start becoming apparent and true. Let me catch up real quick. Green Rums and others like him don't really care about the gaming problem at hand. I'm an average man, a representative of someone who has a problem with what would often be to negotiate and accept a few things. I'm fine with representation, I just need to be in the right place at the right times. I'm fine with Avowed if it has horrible character faces. The gameplay and story gets messed up, and that's the problem that I have. We will figure that out, because later on tonight, at 6 p.m., we will be playing Avowed. Hashtag sponsored by Deerdrop. I have 2 challenges I have to complete. One of them is responsible for why the thumbnail is Avowed and Knuckles. I need to beat the shit out of people using my bare hands.
To his time at the company as his, quote, Kobayashi Maru. Something amusing is that Firefall did eventually get released in 2015, and it would be taken offline in 2017. Another thing worth of note, CERN would make a public forum post urging fans to tank the market price of the game so it would be cheap enough for him to purchase the IP back. Fans of the game flamed him for this, of course, in the forums, and his terrible mismanagement was made public at this point. But here's a taste of this consumer-first attitude that you can expect from Mark CERN. The claims about has Mark CERN ever published a game come up quite a bit. CERN has made several attempts to self-publish tabletop games, but has never completed it because it's too focused on being politically correct in the tabletop industry, and has failed to publish other video games. CERN founded a studio called Mech Entertainment in 2014. The company raised $1 million in seed funding for an Oculus Rift virtual reality MMO called Voxelnauts. This game has never and will never see the light of day. Though interesting, as of 2019, CERN has been peddling the quote-unquote spiritual successor to Firefall called Ember, and unsurprisingly, there's a controversy there. It seems that while in interviews he warned consumers about the dangers of games like Star Citizen, which, by the way, when I was like 14, 15, I bought a Star Citizen ship for $300. The game is still not out yet, and I am 27 years old. But it seems he's fallen into a bit of a Star Citizen trap himself. In true Star Citizen fashion, basically asking fans to buy in-game items that sound like a great plan. So, with CERN's game dev history explored, how did Mark CERN become...
It's more than just selling in-game items. It's a lot more than just selling in-game items. Excuse me. I have to probably put in the 8. There we go. Is a lot more than just buying in-game items. The game itself has not released yet. So right now, if you click the button that says Become a Backer, this is what you get. Hello and thank you for your interest. We are not accepting backers at this time. We are busy putting time together to prepare a new demo that puts our best foot forward. This is something recent that he put up because he was getting called out for having not worked on the demo. The website front features AI art, model renderings of characters in the game that people have put money for and towards for the equivalent of pretty pictures. alongside all of the backer things that go along with the game and its carve-outs. With this being a end video that they are playing on repeat on this phrase. But oh, they even took this down. So he blew up his entire forms. That's what that is. Let's see if I can find any of the money things. Here we are. Ember scored purge of discontents. Grumps finally got around to reading the chat in his Discord, people saying negative things, having their messages removed, and then being banned, while not acknowledging the bans. Posted instead of this was criticisms and complaints to have their own channel with people and what they were criticizing. People making fun of him for his posting shit and a bunch of other shit. I'm looking here is for the backer amounts, which I think was in the images that I just clicked past. Up here, people were paying effectively to get a buy-in price for art and money that were at the standard of literally a Star Citizen pack, but they were paying for non-introduced custom art objects and actors alongside in-game material. He was pre-selling them AI art generated art. And this was the going price for it at the time. This being concurrent to 2022, where he was trying to offer them a sale before it went up in dramatic price. It's beyond scumfuck. It's more than beyond scumfuck.
Come to Grums that we know today. Well, it all starts with the gamer's favorite topic, politics.
Did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns!
Yeah, you see the title of this section, and boy, oh boy, do I not have enough time to cover the entirety of what the hell Gamergate is. It does get bizarre, though, so let's get into it. Back during the Red 5 days, U.S. legislators were actually trying to pass laws that would crack down on piracy and IP use, potentially limiting fair use. In an albeit win for CERN, he pleaded $50K of Red 5's money into League for Gamers. And what is League for Gamers, you may ask? Why, that is a political lobbyist group that would speak to U.S. lawmakers about the particular interest of gamers and small game developers. And who's at the top of this pile? Why, Mark CERN using his company's money, which could have gone to the employees who would be laid off during the dev time on Firefall, but, you know, whatever. After his subsequent firing with nothing to do, CERN was listless until he stumbled upon Gamergate and the infamous Jake Paul episode of Law & Order SVU, which in hindsight you should watch because it's really funny.
Totally lost it. It's freaking me out. They don't know what's real and what's a game. Got it! Recoil. Not like shooting in a video game. Actually, it's exactly the same.
The following is a petition CERN drafted in response to
funny.
heinous coverage at the hands of one Dick Wolf. Joining the Gamergate conversation in 2015, he would rebrand the now defunct League for Gamers as a safe haven for devs who believed in free speech counterculture. He would later do interviews with Sargon in late 2015, early 2016, saying that he would leave the moment alone because there was too much policing on both sides. But it never really left his heart. He tried to transition League for Gamers into an alternative to NeoGAF, which is another like gaming forum that most of you are too young to remember and also is like the lefty version of League for Gamers, but it shuttered its doors. This marks the end of Mark CERN and the beginning of Grums. In my professional internet opinion as a drama frog, Grums may have broken into the more mainstream side of Twitter as of 2023, but he's been steadily reinforcing his anti-woke persona since he was given the old heave-ho at Red 5 Studios. Grums found himself in his first big Twitter kerfuffle in the days of Gamergate, arguing with games journalists about the ethical nature of journalism and backdoor dealings. Gamergate, it's when Five Guys meant a lot more than just fast food, am I right? Anyway, Grums found himself banned for this post, which, you know, I love a good Fed post if we're gonna be honest.
I don't see why mosques with radical leanings should be excluded from surveillance when the rest of us get our emails collected by the NSA. Honestly, not that big of a deal, not that big of a post.
But could you at least be, like, you know, funny about it? However, this and his previous experience in Gamergate got him the attention of the alt-right outlet Breitbart, where infamous journalist Milo Yiannopoulos comes from. You know, the one who says he's not gay but is still probably gay and might have had sex with Nick Fuentes? Sorry, that's all in my opinion. I don't really know. I know that Destiny probably sucked his wiener. This is a story for another time. Sorry, I figured since we're pulling out the internet Necronomicon to summon all the skeletons that we might as well just run down all the words of power while we're at it. While he was featured previously in a 2015 discussion on the Gamergate movement and its fight against corrupt gaming publications, this was Grum's first taste of gaining attention outside of the gaming expertise and field, and moreover just into general social politics. Let's just say that the grifting and shifting never really stopped. Over the years, Grums would be featured on many podcasts discussing how WoW had been destroyed by the money and China, and that he was a champion for vanilla legacy servers. However,
and this is where most of his fame comes from. Because most people, they don't care about his old carbons for Blizzard, Diablo, Warcraft, or their shit like that. They care specifically about bringing back good classic WoW. Or giving people who never had a chance to experience WoW Classic.
He's always seemed to come back to the issues of diversity in gaming. Grums re-entered...
And it's also, in my opinion, where he would then get this positioning to do what he does. Because he never has to produce content of his own by himself. He's only ever really showing up on somebody else's work, and never really making any work of his own.
Collective consciousness of the public in 2023 with his tweets about Starfield's menus and his lack of flair that showed an overall laziness in gaming. Remember, the same man who hasn't really self-published any games on his own once. But underneath the surface, if you dig and listen, Grums is always talking about how forced inclusivity is ruining the games industry and giving gamers lousy representation. It's funny how Grums spoke...
You wonder if it also has its deconstruction moment by the internet, just like seeing it with other post-gate grifters. And the difference is that Az is just an influencer. Rather than Grums, who needs to desperately get the attention, Az can just go viral simple because he was on Friday Night Tights. In his own work, he is interesting and entertaining. In his own streams, he is interesting and entertaining. On Friday Night Tights, he was interesting and entertaining. On The Real BBC, he is interesting and entertaining. He is amongst the zeitgeist, amongst Gary, against Jeremy, amongst, I guess, crossover EFAP because of The Real BBC, and EFAP, because that also includes Mahler. But he has other places in which he is seen and goes viral for. And him getting viral, you can see that as a reason for Kern to be jealous, because that's not Kern going viral, you see.
Spoke about how he had to back female developers to join his projects, and once they did, these women saw that he had created such a welcoming and safe environment. So let's examine his former workplace, Blizzard, and see what kind of work culture it promoted. Something tells me those former Red 5 studio employees were on the money with how inclusive and diverse that workplace abuse could be. I will give Grums credit where it's due. He has a point of regarding how gaming as a hobby has been received historically. We've gone from nerds being shoved in lockers, summoning Satan in our basements, and even slobbering over the first feminine voice you hear in a Call of Duty lobby to so much more. However, what Grums overlooks is that when he begins to grandstand, it's that it's in the face that gaming has been changing, which is a good thing overall. Developers want their games to appeal to a more diverse market because gamers have become more varied, or more hyper-specific niche market because there's more markets that you can appeal to. More people are in the hobby because gaming is a hobby, and that strengthens our place in the cultural zeitgeist as gamers in the gaming community. But recently, Grums has been heralded as the charge for the new horde in Gamergate 2.0 and its new crucible: diversity, equity, and inclusion. The dreaded words, DEI. Now, if you're a normal person and not terminally online, you might not even know what DEI actually really is, or even what the hell Sweet Baby Inc. is. So back in February of 2024, a Steam community called Sweet Baby Inc. Detected was formed to avoid games that use the consulting firm. Now, if you're running a company that consults with big-name studios on games such as God of War Ragnarok and Spider-Man 2, you'd be more concerned about your work than some fringe Steam group that takes the color wheel out before playing a game. Well, in a twist nobody saw coming ever, Sweet Baby employees began to tweet about the group, calling for mass reports for the curator group and enacting what the internet lovingly calls the Streisand effect. So as is the internet, if you've never interacted with it, the more attention you bring to yourself and the company you work for, the more people are going to dig deeper and deeper, especially if it's a contentious, politically based company. These lovely tweets can be found from a current employee at time of writing. And while made before the time of the company and its inception, the optics aren't very good. It all came to a head when the internet found clips of CEO Kim Belair from 2019 of GDC talking about promoting diversity in narratives and the importance of doing so, and how it's created more diversity in the gaming space.
The changing face of audience.
Shout out to Kirsch for making that possible.
Despite the changing face of conferences like this one, we still look at our core demographics and say, okay, they're white, cis, hetero males, and we cater almost exclusively to them. And the problem is that we don't just cater to them like, here's something that we think you'll enjoy. We cater to them the way that we cater to like a picky baby. We feed them the same thing that we know that they love, and we keep on feeding it. We're like, here you go, you love it, eat this, eat this, eat this. So that then when they get anything else, they react as a picky baby would, which is be like, oh, no, thank you, I do not want this. And we've actually done this so long that what we're doing is creating an entire nation of picky babies, and they make us scared to deviate from what we actually want to do. just in case these picky babies don't want to play your games. And we've made a lot of progress. Obviously, like I don't say this to completely go like, just give up, we've screwed it. But I think it's still amazing that I can be seated in a meeting and told that out of 12 characters, we already have one black one, so there can't possibly be a second. I get that way too much. And I once worked on a project where they had an all-white cast, and they expressed their desire, like, okay, we need to mix it up a bit. How about this character's kind of like stereotypically French? So they have a beret, and they have like a striped shirt. And I was like, okay, if you need to do that, can we at least make them a person of color? And they said, oh no, that would be weird. They're already French.
Games have become a much richer landscape today and continue to do so. However, claiming that if your dev team doesn't believe in your ideas, you should find a marketing department to scare them by telling them that the game will cause significant controversy on the internet isn't the best plan. In fact, it's kind of Machiavellian and evil, so I wouldn't encourage it personally. Like Clockwork, though, Major Game...
He doesn't play the clip, but that's unfortunate. You're correct. Progs also take out the color wheel if the character is 0% of one drop lighter than Polynesian NB Black trans straight wheelchair-bound vitiligo. The problem with the carve-out is that when I turn in the Kim Belair as the bit to explain about if you're going to do something, why not do it right? The ultimate problem, Kim Belair's problem, is that the consumer market consumes what they want because we are the consumer. If I'm going to buy your game, I'm going to buy your game. If I'm not going to buy your game, I'm not going to buy your game. Inserting in a character that looks like me, sounds like me, acts like me, is not going to make me enjoy the product. What's going to make me enjoy the product is if I harmonize with it. Ultimately, by looking at the styles and trends and deciding that you're going to shake up the trends, the best way to do so is to not be confrontationally abrasive. Unlike strong personalities when dealing with social circles and in businesses on something like an influencer talking to another influencer trying to set up a game of Dungeons and Dragons and or Pathfinder, when you're talking about a business sector, no, it is not the job, or rather technically it is the job, but it's not her focus, to be the person who takes in the market information to then decide that you're going to change the entire way the industry, the world, and consumers look at diversity, equity, and inclusivity by actively painting them as a soy jack. Because that is what Kim Belair and other companies believe in, do politically, as a form of actual praxis, and advocate for by choosing to make the personal political and using their political prescriptions and their political lens upon which they emote and prescribe the opinions and accusations of our characters as people and as creators upon the marketplace at whole. So, I'm whipping the graph out again. I'm whipping the graph out again. Literally, the circle. These social prescriptions that they put on top of us while having this conversation about the debate becomes this circle graph, where they carve out and they carve out and they carve out and they carve out and they carve out all the parts of the conversation to the point that only the nice, perfect, safe, and empty space where the X is exists. They removed all the chuds, they got rid of all the toxic trolls, they got rid of all the cold pushers, they get rid of all the naysayers, the non-believers, and the impure. And now you end up with a game situation like New Genesis, where this way of thinking not only destroys an industry, but outright destroys and kills games, especially live service games, because you want to say that this is the metric that you're going to start banning people for. It is the reason why the circles exist. Because no matter what is in these circles that represents the space of topics, if what you do every time a conversation could be had is you go over and you do this, you are directly ruining your business and your job. It is not Kim Belair's job to do this. It is Kim Belair's job to do this. Or to do this. Or to do this. It is not her job to just piss and shit and destroy a circling scene because she thinks we don't have enough black people talking about the correct topics. It's obnoxious. Every person who does it is obnoxious and is an enemy to the consumer.
Gaming news outlets like Kotaku began to pick up the story and, use their big brains to identify why the controversy occurred, saying that gamers are just mad. Listen, I'm not going to sit here and preach to you why adding more diversity and complexities in your story can be a net positive for your audience, but what I won't do is belittle gamers. Gamergate's most significant driving force was the vast disconnect between games journalists and gaming enthusiasts. And this was clearly coming up again with Kotaku stating things like, quote, until the industry is more willing to openly discuss development processes and the lack of transparency will continue to be used as a straw man for bad faith arguments that characterize DEI as the imposition by nefarious unseen forces rather than an effort to cultivate a more accurate reflection of the world around us. This desire to talk...
Exactly. They put their finger on the scale and then got mad that they're fighting shadows because they refused to recognize that the shadows are real people. And they decided to pull a 2016 election. They said, you're not real, you don't exist. And then got shocked when they lost. Or rather, 2012, I think. No, I'm thinking 2012. No, I'm thinking 2016. No, I'm thinking... I'm brain dead.
Talk down to gamers and create an imaginary theme that focuses on the purity of the PC master race. I mean, are there idiots out there who think this way? Sure. But this is not the culture of gaming as a whole. Gamers are consumers at the end of the day and will prove with their wallets that games with gripping narratives and tight gameplay can sell no matter who's on the box art. As much as I love to dog on a good games journalist, how's this all tie back into Grums? Well, here's how it relates to Grums. He's been preaching about the worries of DEI in interviews and on Twitter for years now. Diversity is one of the reasons he lost his gaming studio, and clearly he hasn't been able to make a game himself. Grums especially got onto my radar when he began to talk about tabletop games, which is somewhat of a specialty of mine, and he has a dismay over how woke these things have become. In a series of tweets regarding the new images from the player's handbook, the Dungeons & Dragons revision, right, he's very critical over the art. And many of these criticisms are very annoying. In his first tweet, Grums cries over the fact that white men have lost their place on the cover of the player's handbook. Grums, it's a fantasy world. Why wouldn't they include the species that you could play as in the game? Humans are boring. You know what's not boring? Gnomes. And more importantly, I actually have 2 copies of the player's handbook. They both look like this, and they have a surprising lack of white guys on it. This is the 5th edition. It is actually the most popular and easiest to obtain player's handbook for D&D. There is a lady, white lady, an ice giant, which is not applicable when you think about it, and a black elf. This is for 5th edition. 5th edition, okay? This is the most popular one, okay? So why are we complaining about the new one having no white guy on it? Because there's no white guy on here. Not to be that guy, but why have you never complained about the other edition of D&D not having that? You know, the more important, more famous, more popular edition. In another...
Because he's a fucking jurist. Ultimately, at the end of the day. He has no context. He just is regurgitating words that he then evocates to his audience like they're incantations. Because they don't know either. Those of us who remember, you remember the clip. I can't pull the clip up now because it was in the old version of the server rules. But we all remember the clip of what it looks like when I had to listen to somebody like this, who had nothing to tell me about news stories, and instead wanted to complain that I wasn't looking at the news that he wanted me to look at, which was just basically looking at the best hits of their dumbass tweets, ranting about shit that had no context and didn't matter over things like Unity Chronicles. Which is actually, and ironically, something that I noticed that Cassie has done as a response to people telling her basically bullshit about Kingdom Come Deliverance. Because when you cold post like that, you actually encourage people to pay for the game when you do that. Like, you can't cold post and lie to people's face brazenly, because when you lie brazenly to their face, and you assume that you know what you're talking about, and they don't believe you, and you encourage them to buy it, and they find out that you lied to them, you have made a permanent enemy. Forever. Because it's one thing to have a strong opinion and just to be antagonistic because you want to be a dick. Because you say, no, no, no. They are the TROON word. You can't treat them like this. They're whatever they are. Goon weebs, hood weebs, etc. When you intentionally lie to people about the material that they'll find in the game, because you don't want to be honest, and you end up creating a wonderful media circus for a game like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 to thrive in, and then you legitimately give a company like Dan Rovavra and his development team to have a reason to sue your ass, I am cheering for your fucking downfall. 100%. 100% I want to see the downfall.
The tweet, Grums loses his mind over the thought of woke Mexican orcs. And I just find it so funny that Grums is so scared of orcs having any other culture than the one that is just the Tolkien-esque, I serve the Dark Lord, evil orc that pillages and destroys villages. I mean, honestly, this is basically in line with someone complaining that the orcs in World of Warcraft have characters like Thrall, which are fully fleshed out characters that have complex emotions about the world and life they live. I don't know. He's only, worked on WoW. It's almost like he should know the idiosyncrasies of the main characters of the setting. In an interview with the YouTube channel Geeks and Gamers Tabletop, Grum states, quote, "Why is it always the writing team that comes in and has no respect for the lore, is hired for their activism, and they come in and rewrite as a vehicle for the political message?" Now, I won't sit here and claim that Mark doesn't have a point regarding writers coming into a franchise and showing a lack of respect for the material as a whole.
Right.
Very famously, Henry Cavill exited the Netflix's Witcher adaptation over reports of writers changing the narrative to focus on franchising goals versus a...
It wasn't just that. It was Lauren Hess-Hissrich telling him, shut up, sit down, and just read the fucking lines. Basically, put the fries in the bag as an actor.
Faithful recreation of events. However, that isn't the point that newer writers and artists at WotC are doing. Thanks to internet programming like Critical Role, they're responding to an ever-growing market in response to a resurgence of D&D. Furthermore...
I said this before when Critical Roles got brought up. When people watched Critical Role, they were responding first to a popular programming that was a part of Geek and Sundry before it broke off and became its own thing. And then they were responding to popular voice actors voicing tabletop versions of their characters that then get made into a show, which is The Adventures of Vox Machina. And other such programming like it. It was more about the player character and the people playing them being popular than just getting involved in what tabletop could be, because then that became their mindset, then that created the Mercer effect, blase, 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 blase. And yeah, I agree with you. It's not a D&D show. It's a glorified radio soap opera that people watch along with, and they have a unreal level of attachment to. But you know what? That's okay. Plenty of people have things that they are into that are like this. There are wrestling fans here. It is what it is.
More, if you take the time to read and play the player's handbook, or any source book for that matter, you would know that it's all used as a creative base and is purposely vague with its language, so that way character creation can develop its own narrative, and you can come up with people who are unique and do whatever you want with. Grums insinuates that...
Well, you say that, but... Unfortunately, Diesel, games like Queer Sword Lesbians are inherently designed, and many of the screenshots have been going around about a book that has titles about how your characters punch Nazis in them, clearly demonstrate that the idea is that you should make your story vague so that people can fill in the world story and decide for themselves what they want to have as character backstory. But at the same time, a lot more of those people use it as a way to declaratively state their opinions about their politics. And to that edge, that is all they do. That's all they do. I gotta go find the tweet. 1 second. I might have to scroll for this one. It's really far down in there. Here we are. Usually what it looks like is it looks something like this. In a vain attempt to be very edgy, the Hellboy Tabletop RPG tells you to punch Nazis because harming one of the most vital people in human history is somehow a new idea. If they want to be edgy, add communists and politicians as well. Authoritarians deserve the fist. Quick note on Nazi. Hellboy faces Nazis in several of his adventures. In the world of Hellboy, pockets of Nazi evil hold out in the remote places of the world, or in space, which is very remote, who are trying once again to plunge the world into chaos and war. Hellboy, the PPRD, in this game have one response to Nazis. It's to punch them very, very hard in the face, and then just do it again, to be sure. If you've got the right hand of doom, you can use it to punch a Nazi in the face, and you do it as hard as you can and as often as possible. This is nothing more than cold posting in a different form. It's being done by the writers and a part of the book. It's cringe whenever it's done, wherever it's done. It's not as though the person is doing so as a tone, as to set the idea of you reading a book being written by a person, or you reading from the perspective of Hellboy, as it tells you about the character rules and the setting. It's not something that you would have expected to find inside of Cyberpunk 2020, or even 2077 material. If it did, it would have been in tone, like for example, the transgender Mr. whatever it is surgery for the bulge, the cybernetic bulge on the marketing. That's a part of the campaign of trying to sell you a drink. And a surgery, I guess. So something in-universe, in-game. Versus this, which is somebody just literally telling you, in our world, it's acceptable to punch people. This is gay. This is lame, this is cringe. What most of these books, because they're being written by activistic and jingoistic forces do, is they do this. And I'm sorry, you can't defend this. This is gay. This is weird, this is lame, this is cringe. Sorry. Like, I understand where he's coming from when he's trying to defend, but the thing that they do is really super annoying. Every time they do it, it's annoying. They will outright brag about doing this. The same thing that Vampire the Masquerade does, where they will cancel coverage of your game session and make you a part of the unofficial games or a part of the unacknowledged games because they control who they platform, basically.
Geeks are too accommodating and that we're at war. But the question is being begged then, at war with who? The almighty them? Companies? The J question? This happens with grifters like Grums a lot. They continue to look at the symptoms of the issue they perceive, but never the root causes. And indeed, large corporations do not have the consumer's interest in mind when creating stories and properties that appeal to a larger audience or emerging demographic. However, that doesn't mean we throw out the baby with the bathwater. We should encourage diversity in storytelling and get different ways to play different games. The best part about TTRPGs is that you can create your own setting that reflects the values and ideas that you want to see in the world. I mean, me personally, as a DM, I run games that many would say aren't PC. But it doesn't really matter to me. My players want to experience those themes and concepts, and they enjoy having their boundaries pushed. Some tables and gaming groups don't want to do that, and that's why there's a variety of games and settings that allow for that. For example, I'm playing Delta Green right now. I'm the handler. I wouldn't bring God's Teeth, which I won't spoil, by the way, to a table of 12-year-olds. It would just be incredibly inappropriate, and the themes in that are adult and not meant for kids. Just like if I was playing D&D, I probably wouldn't talk about the Undercity and low-sworn drow and their racism and superiority and all of that stuff in a game that I'm playing in public versus in private. Those things are great, and I love Drizzt, but I'm not going to bring that when I'm running a game for people in public. Now, Grums does get something right. Consumers control the market. The customer is always right when it comes to a matter of taste. Supporting third-party developers of games or franchises that you enjoy shows those creators that their work matters to that franchise. If you don't see something you want in the world, you should make it. However, what Grums woefully is incorrect about is that we must gatekeep gaming as a hobby. By doing that, we become what gaming journalists actually believe us to be, an angry mob that grabs their pitchforks at the sound of diversity.
On this, I can disagree with both him and him. What we actually need to do is build a parallel society. The gaming space itself, be more than happy and inclusive about it. In our private quarters, in our personal groups, amongst others who we know, hyper-aggressive vetting. Because when you let everybody in the goddamn gate, you get Grums. He's allowed to do what he does, and has gotten away with doing it for as long as he has. Because there are not more people who are aware of him that put up a warning sign about what he does and what he's known for, and they have to find out the hard way, like John Delaroz. That doesn't mean stop him or silence him. While I might want him and others like him to stop talking, I'm not going to get in their way of creating. But if their message is not popular, then that is on them. And those are the standards and rules by which I dictate myself and which I perform by. Because it all comes down to attention economy. The social system doesn't change and can't change because of the attention economy and people giving air to it because of using populism, really bad forms of bad argumentative, persuasive argument populism, to convince people that his way is the way that it should be, when it is in fact not, and actually leads to negative outcomes that affect those consumers. But they would not eat the cost on first reveal. It would be after they realize what they could have had and what they lost, that they realize that he is not to be trusted. Most people are not usually smart enough. Or rather, no, that's a bad word to use. Most people do not spend so much time dealing with second, first and third order magnitude actions and the cause and effect of those actions to realize that what he argues for and what he will do will cause the problems that would then create doubt and discord amongst others. By all means, we should do this because the journalists are going to gatekeep us anyways. They are going to keep us out of the popular culture. They're going to try to keep us out of the society, and they're going to try to gatekeep our opinions so that people don't actually know what we think. So that when they talk about us being evil, devils, monsters, hateful bigots that are just open attackers and harassers, you know, the common, good, normal, smart people that think that having a nuanced discussion on transgender politics means that actually you hate trans people and therefore you must die. You know, rational, calm, and stable people. They will do that to us, so we should do that to them with open contempt. But we do not do so towards unaffiliated members and groups, non-enemy combatants. If we're in a culture war, then you treat your enemy like they are your enemy. You have to treat them with ceasefires where necessary, but at the same time, if they are doing nothing but a public media smear, you need to defend yourself from the media smear and then also launch a counteroffensive. You have to protect yourself and your community and your space and your hobbies and the vehicles upon which you communicate that news. Because they will not tell people of your successes, they will only tell them of your defeats and of your embarrassments. Gatekeeping that and door stopping it, so not just checking people at the door, but also controlling who you let in, when you let them in, and taking a vetting system, that is something you should definitely do. Having a bouncer is never wrong. Having a racist, bigoted bouncer that's bouncing everyone away is dumb. Yes, correct. Using a scalpel instead of an artillery strike. Because I need to find this fucking meme. Every time I need to make this point, I don't have it on hand. We end up having conversations where they will say something that is an accusation of us, and then we will redirect the attack on an unknown civilian, and we will make an enemy out of somebody completely randomly because of either over emotional speech done as a knee-jerk reaction in a debate, or with talking points that put people that don't need to be involved in a point in the center of description and leaves them there without a lifeline to ripcord themselves out of the conversation, and them being antagonized for no other reason than because the person has a personal vendetta against somebody who did that thing versus the situation and how they felt about it, or the specific individual or the circumstances that led to the interaction in question. The most common example people use is, of course, trans politics. How they say something that's supposed to be anti-transgender, and that makes a trans person in a person's audience feel unaccepted and welcome. I'm down with every single fucking trans is. I'm no dev, but if they're down with the niggas, they down with me. That's all it is. I'm not going to get in their way. I'm not trying to stop their healthcare. I ain't trying to stop them with their sexual activity. I'll hold the camera, but I'm not getting involved. And that's it. I let bygones be bygirls. I let bygones be bygirls. Ain't my problem. The second you walk into my house and you say I'm transphobic because I won't lick the dick, I'm sorry. Get out. Like, you ain't gotta go home, but you can't stay here. Get out. If they respect the house rules, they don't put their feet on my couch, and they don't act like assholes, I don't care. Because at that point, that's trying to please a person's personal behaviors as an individual. I'm not going to do that. Because I've been accused of tone policing, I've been accused of being overly concerned about things that don't matter, but the fact of the matter is, this is on the level of basic optics that goes all the way back to fucking civil rights. If we were going to use it as a fair comparison, which it is. There we go! It is unfair and disillusioned to say that we shouldn't gatekeep. because they have been gatekeeping us since 2014. They are openly antagonistic against the consumer. Buy guys, be buy girls. They have been openly antagonistic against the consumer since 2014 and have kept up the energy, now running nearly 4+ extra years after the original kerfuffle, to the point where we are now 11 years removed from the event, and they are still going. They will never accept, they will never understand if they have not gotten it yet. Or they do understand, they just hate you. No, I should not just not be concerned with people who actively want bad outcomes for my hobby, let alone for my business and industry, let alone for my consumer public. I'm not going to buy from a country that's actively antagonizing war with my country. That's stupid. It's actually the ability to manipulate that potential group that is actually a point of one of the video that Dev was talking about, that he wanted to see what my opinion of it was. And this is part of having musculature. This is from a different video of his. Having the rigid musculature to defend your and develop your standards and protect and gatekeep your territory. It is no different than putting up a privacy fence. That doesn't mean that I hate my neighbors. It just means that I protect myself. And where most people go wrong about this is that they use it the other way around. They'll say something like, I should be against China, so I will not support a Chinese product. When technically, the assignment for most people should be, I refuse to do business with a company like Blizzard, but for monetary purposes, I have to go against my original values for a business opportunity or a business deal, and things like that. For most of it, you just have to make your peace with it and do what you gotta do. Because not everybody's there for the same reasons, right? For me, I want the thing to survive long enough so that I can be able to show people in my care what video games are. And I want him to have a nice experience, and people around him to have a nice experience, or people who interact with me to have a nice experience. For a regular, everyday going consumer, they aren't going to be worried about this. And that's not their job to. They're not scholars. They're not influencers. Let them be people. Let them be consumers. Let them pay with their wallet. People like me will handle the talking. We'll handle the thought experiments. We'll handle the conversations. All they gotta do is reap the benefit that comes from that reward. And that's no different than a politician that actually cares about the nation state, trying to do what they can for the country, and not be a fucking traitor. Anyways, anywho, moving on.
Speaking of diversity, let's talk about ass. And Ember. Ember is really the question on everyone's mind who looks at Grums. Where is Ember? The lack of significant progress in its development is a cause for concern. While early sentiment towards the game seemed overall positive despite Grums' lackluster record, the more attention he gets for his culture and political takes, the more the unsatisfied his backers become. The following are some screenshots from the Ember Discord citing some of the numerous complaints, deleted I might add, and general annoyance with slow updates. Part of this comes from how chameleon-like the game is when discussing the project. In interviews over the years, Grums has described the project as a video game, a tabletop RPG, and even has a novella in the works. However, none of this has materialized into anything playable, and for those who gathered at least 600k, as reported in a video by YouTuber Upper Echelon. So what phase is Ember in today? Well, Grums alleges that he's working on a vertical slice so that publishers can pick it up. And we can return to how games used to be made. In this case, the games of the olden days are big breasts, mechs, guns, gore, and lots of violence. But how is he getting to all these big boobs, mechs, guns, and gore? Well, he's going to do it with a small team of developers. Still, for any of his promises, Grums may need a little help in the form of everyone's favorite creative outlet, AI. Now, you can see some tweets Grums has been sharing about his excitement over Elon's talks over AI and how this may influence more remarkable game development. The connection here is that Grums is expressing hope that AI can revolutionize game development, make it more efficient and innovative. However, Grums, buddy, don't you remember the Leagues for Gamers days? What happened to creating a political lobbyist group for gamers and devs alike that preserved the sanctity of gaming? I don't know.
I would argue that there is actually a place where AI generation has a use in game development, but it should never be about the creative art and resources. Unless you're going to use it as a background point of expressing a communicative, physical ideal that then is fleshed out with human follow behind. If you want to use a fucking AI bot to write the Boolean statement about how an enemy works and it's good enough, and then you go behind it to try and make it a little bit more unique, that's fine. If you're using it to generate the art of your game in a lazy coal posting way, where it's basically the equivalent of, oops, I fixed your art and made it better, you're no better than the fucking art conversation community. You're no better than the ACC. And that's annoying as fuck by itself to begin with.
know about you, but game developers would probably be upset that Gronk and whatever new AI came out this week is taking their job. In a way, AI taking everybody's job is like kind of like a computer DEI hire when you want to think about it. Anyway, not to digress. In response to many YouTube exposés and complaints, looking at Grumps and Ember itself, there has been some movement to turn this vaporware into less vaporware. Vaporware is a term used in the software industry to describe a product that is announced and then never released, or released in a significantly different state from what had been originally promised. The result? Well, you see the progress of Ember yourself. While clearly incomplete, the game is made of a bunch of pre-made assets, and whatever the hell is going on with this lady's bazongas, it is certainly playable. I was contacted by an anonymous source about the recent playable demo for Ember, and let me tell you, it doesn't look hopeful. From texture issues to camera complaints and a lack of innovative gameplay, one can only guess what Grumps and his team have spent the last 6 years working on. And listen, there isn't anything wrong with Unity assets and pre-made models. Many indie developers use them due to limited finances and small teams available. But Grumps and his daddy, by the way, his daddy is the owner of the company, not something super crazy and earth-shattering. They've yet to secure a publisher for the game, so it makes sense. Furthermore, Ember has a history of stopping and starting development. If you take a look at their YouTube channel as it progresses, but halts 2 years ago until he was being questioned about the game itself. All the while, he continues to gain traction for his tweets and culture crusades than any of the games that he's ever built. My theory is that time is a flat circle, so let's compare some of the issues that Ember has to alleged reports from inside Red 5 Studios. We can see an interesting pattern emerge here. Grumps loves to talk, creates multiple media projects, and even dives into personal endeavors. But all of that results in one thing: failure to deliver, and people get tired of it. We know that this happened with his ex-wife, and Grumps will be a grifter until he delivers on any of the promises that he's been giving to fans. The question you may ask throughout this is, where's all the money? I asked myself the same question when I began digging into the details of Grumps' production history. Throughout his history at Red 5 Studios, Grumps burned through cash obtaining and any and all copyrights and creating useless music videos that had nothing to do with Firefall. Examining his next project, Voxelnauts, $1 million vanish after Oculus dev kits are purchased with no game in sight. And Ember, on the book and in interviews, Grumps states that it raised upwards of $600K. But still, the game is far from being finished. So, scouring the internet, you may find different theories on where the money is being spent, one of which is a small article that references a potential crypto wallet and such, but that didn't lead to anything anywhere. However, the echo of an idea hit my brain. Where had I known Grumps to be involved in other types of tech before? Well, remember the mystery game Voxelnauts I briefly discussed? Its Kickstarter page leads back to using blockchain technology to create a game akin to the wildest Ready Player One fantasy. This game was being developed by Mecha Entertainment, while Grumps was apparently CEO at the time. When Mark stepped down, a man named John Olick took over. Looking into Mr. Olick, he's been working with Grumps for several years, starting back in the Blizzard days, following him to Red 5 and then Mech. Olick has also worked with the Oculus dev team and is the connecting through line between VR and Voxelnauts. Now, asking yourself, what does this Olick guy have to do with Grumps, right? What's the Voxelnauts, where's this all leading? Well, I have a team of crack sleuths over at the Op Block, and they found something very curious that happened to Mech Entertainment. Mech was changed into Retro Ronin. This led us down a rabbit hole to a never-before-seen lawsuit where Olick, Grumps, and other former staffers from Mech are actively being subpoenaed for proprietary technologies created over Retro Ronin. And what did they work on? Well, that's right, code. While there's ongoing litigation, as it remains to be seen, it's curious how Mark's game, struggling to make finish line, continues to be in disarray with lackluster demos, despite the number of years being worked on. So where is the money going? No one knows except Grumps. The court case is certainly interesting, and it's something that I'm going to be keeping an eye on as time continues going on.
This is new news to me. Granted, it doesn't really change anything. And also, shoutouts to Fug for being a part of the Op Block research group.
But it's clear that he isn't transparent with his audience, and he portrays himself to be the transparent guy. Today, Grumps finds himself comfortably positioned at the forefront of Gamergate 2 Electric Boogaloo. He's featured in a variety of interviews, whether himself or as his VTuber model, which not to mog on him, but I think mine is better, personally. He blames DEI and other diversity initiatives for the world's problems. Most recently, you could have found Grumps complaining about Veilguard and misreporting his player numbers. It's funny because even if Grumps doesn't see himself as a grifter, he sure responds to posts that don't even mention him, but grifters as a whole. I think it would do Mark a lot of favors to maybe just spend less time.
In his defense, words I don't want to have to say, the screen cap here involves
because
the Mighty
even if
Keith.
Grumps doesn't see himself as a grifter, he sure responds to posts that don't even.
And the Mighty Keith himself is a culture war grifter. Niggas like him, going back and forth, annoying as fuck. Annoying as fuck. You shouldn't be calling out against it, and the reason he is because he's doing it for numbers. People know him the same way that they know that the Act Man, and they know about other such goal posters who do the same shit. But he's just really following the Act Man's lead. It's really all he's doing.
Even mention him, but grifters as a whole. I think it would do Mark a lot of favors to maybe just spend less time talking on Twitter, and maybe more time finally making a game on your own. We all know that you're
correct.
A wall of shame for TTRPG games that you don't play anymore, because maybe one day we won't be able to play with you either.
Ultimately, the only thing left unsaid is that what needs to happen, and I said this before the other day, and I'll always say it for every single case that matters, what needs to happen is that someone like me, or with my energy, needs to pull him aside on one of these broadcasts where he feels safe in and simply ask him hard questions and get him to stance his opinion in something more than just talking points and sloganeering. Because all of Grums and his shit and others like him that act like him is just based in sloganeering. He doesn't teach you a single thing, he doesn't show you a single thing, he doesn't make a single thing. I'm pretty sure he doesn't even stream on his own. Whenever he does stream, he shows up in someone else's broadcast. So he doesn't even have a body of his own work as an influencer, yet he's going around doing all this work. No, I don't see one. So everyone has covered him, everyone's talked about him, everyone has been aware of him from every side of the internet, but you cannot find a single fucking thing about a page for him, other than his posts on Reddit and his posts on Twitter and him trying to push things in that direction. He posts Ember as his website. And he has no link to a YouTube channel where he makes work of himself. And currently, because it was just released into open, well, no, not a parody test. Grums is a type of content creator that he doesn't have opinions of his own. So you need somebody who's actually knowledgeable about it to fact check him. So, Vidano Vavra and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. When I reported on that and explained that people like myself and also the Almighty Lolly were basically taking people to task by showing that they were fucking, most people would use the word fake fan, but the correct word you should use is actively slandering the game. They were just calling out the fact that they don't know basic shit that is there in the video game. Like, for example, the anti-Semite meeting that exists inside of Kingdom Come Deliverance is actually a bait mission. You're asked by a group of Jews to go deal with a ambush of anti-Semites, but actually it's an ambush made by the Jews. And part of the mission is that you can then have an ability to either put them on your side or put them to death for their treachery against you. They went super hard over trying to antagonize people about that supposed pedophilia from the character who's actually a character that is an aged up version of a 15-year-old live, IRL version of himself. And just lying about it. And what you need somebody to do is to basically pull his ass across on a fucking screen, pull his ass across a live stream, and just simply demonstrate that he knows nothing about what he's talking about. It's the difference between somebody who actually has gone to a class, done the research, done the work, works in the field, versus a person who's just emulating the fact that they have enough of that information. Because what they could learn, they either learned by osmosis, or they just literally lied and made it up the entire way. You need somebody to pull him across and basically voice the real opinion of the real opinion, of a real gamer. A real opinion of a real gamer who's unaffected, unconcerned, and uncaring of DEI fucking coal posting, because it has nothing to do with the material of the game. Because to go along with this, right now, what he's currently doing, because it has gone viral as such, is he is currently doing what he normally does, as is another coal posting account as well, which is permabanned, doing the coal posting thing, which is just one word, one sentence statement tweets, avowed dialogue writing. Yeah, what about it? It's bland. Are you playing the game live? Are you going to go through it live? Are you going to produce content about going through it live? No. You're just repeating other people's tweets uncritically? Damn, what great work you're doing for the culture war. This is garbage. This is useless. 4 hours ago, you were posting on Twitter, but you ain't got time to work on the game? That they need to do that. That's what they need to do live on air. You have to do what Eric July has done. And I guess since they also did the same thing to Razorfist, what Razorfist has been doing. Like, make products, make works. Be a part of the culture. Create in culture. Don't just give up and ignore it. Take a stand. Have your voice. Make a platform for yourself. Use that platform. Instead of having a platform for himself, he uses the platform of other people. And that's what's so fucking annoying. He's affable. You can't grasp him. He's waffling on any and everything he says. He's nebulous on one thing and then he becomes completely nebulous on another thing. He'll be solid on one thing and then he'll be inconsistent on another thing. You need to get them to be physical. You need them corporal. You want them corporal. You need to be able to grasp it, see it, touch it, feel it in your hand. And they can't give you anything that does this. Because his games are vaporware. His opinions are garbage. His opinions are repeated garbage diatribe that comes from other individuals, and he has to be fucking criticized for it when it happens in real time. Someone has to fact check him live and then tell him, that's cool, that's great, that's your opinion. That has nothing to do with the fact of what people want. That's what has to happen. That's what needs to be done. And the only way you can do that is by being aggressive. It's actually, unironically, the amount of times I've had to refer back to fucking Tyrant tweets is actually something that Copejack talks about, where they are shying away from the realities of the business, of the material, of the spectrum, or of the world state. It's like if you're having an opinion about something over something that's politically centered or politically charged, like fucking the Houthis, the goddamn Palestinians, the Israelis, and the PLO and Hamas and Hezbollah and other terrorist groups in the region. You need to have the musculature to defend the things that you're talking about, and then also demonstrate that they have the incapability and a weakness to be able to address the subject matter and topic for what it is directly and exactly. When he waffles and then tries to pivot away from a hard question by showing, man, bro, you're so upset. Look at how mad you are. You need to push past that and simply get them to actually state something on the matter of fact. Otherwise, it's goddamn useless to you. Like, his criticisms are garbage because they're not his own. His takes are garbage because they're not his own. His views are garbage because they're not his own. He needs to make something of his own and demonstrate that he has something going on in that cabeza of his head. System Talk 2 Remastered. Pump it in my veins! I'm looking. It's not there. I'll go find it. But that's what I'm talking about, Walter. That's what needs to be done to him, and that's what people need to start saying when they have a conversation about Grums. Because otherwise, all you're doing is giving attention to a person whose entire business model revolves around being given free press. Because I'm not just going to say Grums is bad. I'm going to say Grums is bad because XYZ ABC. Enhanced edition? Enhanced edition. It's in gaming, okay. I can see that there are videos that show that System Shock Enhanced was announced a year ago with an actual video trailer. But hey, it's apparently coming soon. Very soon. From Night Vibe Studios. Wonderful. But yeah. Grums needs to be treated like Melanie Mac, call him out and expose him. Well, people are calling him out and exposing him. But you see, a video can be ignored. That's ultimately the problem. A video can be ignored. A tweet can be ignored. You know what can't be ignored? A panelist railing you. Pause. Railing you live on air. A real entertainer, a real man of the earth, a real woman of the earth, a real salt of the earth content creator, they are going to rip you apart live. Because modding someone live, that's actual talent. Entertainment. Something that most people cannot provide when it comes to opinions. Or criticism, or ranting. It's what Az is good at. It's what I'm good at. It's what Jay's good at. People like us, those that are opinionated, those that could give an impassioned speech. Not anger, not annoyance, actual passion. Where the emotion is real because it comes from exhaustion of seeing the same garbage. You need someone to do it live on air. So that when he tries to talk about it afterwards, you can actually see how he behaves. Because the way that he'll behave live on a camera is the way that he'll actually be. The way that he'll behave in a live moment is the way that he will demonstrate himself otherwise. If you do it manicured and conducted where somebody else is responsible for it and they don't have the green light to allow the space for it to happen, you're going to end up with a Alyssa Mercanti situation on David Gaff's stream. Where, no, you got to put him in, you got to cage him, you just can't attack him. No, we should. Because, like, you can have him on for content or whatever, but people are going to ask the burning questions. And someone who's real just has to fucking... someone just got to do it. Like, if it were me, I got to get in his ass. Pause. Somebody's got to do it. Someone's got to turn his TV off. Anyways, moving forward. Next content. We have so much that I didn't get to get through on Wednesday that we need to catch up on. Which then includes, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, we have lost Angel's Venture. Angel's Venture is gone! Destroyed. Broken. Crushed. Should be in polls and announcements, actually. It is. Broken. Destroyed. Crushed. Gone. 07's in the fucking chat, boys. It literally got fucking destroyed. Helldivers 2 thing, Saffronet. I go live inside the server. I make sure I'm not in the porn channel. In-game updates. Angel's Venture was being evacuated. And then was destroyed and gone. Sucked into the black hole. Moved by the Illuminate. In Omens of Liberty. Which then takes us to the dispatch. Where is it? I think I need to go to their Twitter tweets to demonstrate. It's probably on Helldivers too. Yes. So, in-game news, for those that care any at all about this. In the in-game story, we have lost a planet. It was eaten by the original Meridian Black Hole Singularity that we created before Omens of Liberty for the introduction of how to bring the Illuminates into the story. The entire fucking planet is gone. It's just gone. Now, I say this to bring up what we talked about the last time that I was on air. Right now, real DM behavior of an interaction between the game masters and the players of Helldivers is currently taking place. Do you see any of these motherfuckers talking about this? Granted, I know that I haven't been playing the game, but I've been paying attention. But oh my fucking god. I haven't seen a single content creator amongst these coal posters talking about this event right now. This is peak. This is Kato game creation. I didn't pay. Marcus paid $40. Marcus paid $40 for this game, and you're telling me this is the content they're serving up for free? Clearly, whatever Johans is cooking up there inside the creative studio is working goddamn wonders. So I ask you this. If you can't log into the game right now because of Sony, you should be upset that you can't be able to participate in whatever the fuck is going on in Omens of Liberty right now. 100%. Whether or not you're just doing it solo, whether or not you're joining into squads, whether or not you're leading squads, bro, log in, dude! Log in, dude! Log in! If you can't log in, bitch at Sony until they let you log in. If you can log in and you need to repurchase the game, but you can't purchase it because they turned it off in your region because of that PSN bullshit, you need to bitch at them so they can let you log in. And if you can log in right now, put up an 07 for your fallen brothers. Because, like I said during the State of Play, because apparently it came back up that day as reported by Aqua, 3 straight days of offline. 3 straight days of the servers being down. But you wanted to stop people from being able to associate their accounts without needing to be forced onto PSN? So they can be stopped from playing this? No world, no shot. You're coping. 100%. The flag is at half mast. And I'm at half job. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you. You're missing out on the greatest shit ever if you have not had a single content creator telling you about how wild the narrative is getting right now on Helldivers 2. They have brought back some, not all, but some of the hype. The numbers probably don't reflect, to be honest, which for that, we can just find that out live right now. Currently, right now, it says, in terms of lifetime, we are looking at 56k players playing with a 24-hour peak of 6.9. Now, if we remember that the entire total of people playing is not reflective of the all-time peak 12 months ago, and is also not reflective of the entire cycle, and we look at it instead like this, this was launch week. This was when the news started going out. This, they actually even have fucking time link. They even have fucking time references. Holy shit. Steam database continues winning. Reasons why Steam continues to be the platform. This is the marker where people started to sign out because of account linking shenanigans. This was Omens of Tyranny. And we can see, based on those numbers, the entire comeback soon-ish. At least not in this month. If we were to do it, it would have to happen before the next thing, because the next thing I need to look through is the Ascendancies of Path of Exile 1. But from here, and then leading back, we're never going to get back here, okay? We're never getting back launch title numbers. We had almost a full 1.1 million players across PC and console. Okay? We're not going to get back there. If the numbers reflected this now, this was about 3/3 of the player base was PC, and the other 1/4 was console. So at our all-time highest numbers, it was closer to 750k. We had 750,000 players, and at least most of those was this peak number. I'm bad at math with small numbers because my brain can do quintillions, it cannot do things below millions. But the number pretty much breaks down to 2.3/3 to about a floating decimal of 63.6666% of the player base was PC. And now we are here. Based on the numbers from the increase of Omen, you're looking at 150, and then maybe half that number at any concurrent moment since February 10th. And then looking back at the 48-hour fluctuation, you're seeing a peak towards noon on a Thursday, and then a stable fluctuation throughout the day with a low point as low as 31k. You have seen a return of people, because we will be returning in March. I can guarantee you that. It'll probably come way after at least maybe 2, maybe 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks maybe, of Monster Hunter. But we will be returning to the front. We will be putting in the hours. No diver will be left behind on my ship. We have seen a return of the players with a peaked interest, because they have seen that there is interest and that they are making the game better. They're working to make the game better. Whether or not they do one of the things I want, which is for them to find a better way to get people an ethical source speed farm of super credits so they can be able to buy these goddamn war backs that they have, or they actually reduce the cost of those war bonds as they start stockpiling up and up and up and up. Because I ain't got $20 to drop on that extra fucking upgrade feature. Because the most interesting feature that it has to me is for practicing stratagem inputs, honestly. But regardless of whether or not they go through that shit and they do what with it as they will or whatever, what we need and what we clearly need to have is people making noise about this. They should be getting involved. They should be logging in. If they're not logging in, but they were more than fucking talking about the drama of the game being bad, you're no better than the people who say I will never play a game because it's Chinese. Log in, dude. If you still have the game, log in. If you can buy the game in your region and you were interested in logging in, log in. If you cannot log in, either because you can't in your region or they disallow you from doing so, you need to make a stink to Sony. You need to buy one stock and then log into a stockholders meeting and tell them, why did you fuck over this game? Give Johans and Arrowhead what they need to succeed. Because remember all that shit? Since we're on the topic of shitting on Grumps. So remember all that shit that Grumps was doing with Spitfire and Carol Baskin? The Baskinator? And him constantly antagonizing her? Where has he been to talk about this game? Moved on from it. Forgotten it. Gone. It's old news. He don't want to play with it anymore. He's got something new to talk about. Which is Avowed. It's shit. It's dog shit. It's so annoying. I'm so happy to see that the game's making a return. Because I thought that it was gonna be a failure after people lost interest and decided to write it off permanently, because that's what Weekend Warriors do. They got to play it at its peak, and then they talk shit about it permanently. And then, of course, you got your cold posters there in that format that make rage bait video gaming guru-type videos that don't actually say anything about anything or teach anything about anything. But and it's I'm so ready. I'm so boosted. But first, for the thing that I'm going to be boosted for the end of this month. Remember how I said that one of the carve-outs is going to be taking the time to fill in for the shit that you have and you can make time for with all the games, and how you're going to segment them out for the state of play. The games that are going to be immediately ready within Q1, and then the ones that are going to be coming in Q2, where you've got a bunch of games that are inside the first 8 months of the year that'll release, and then everything else is in Q3 and Q4. To hold us over, if I have nothing else to fucking do, comes your boy, Legacy of Freesia. Let's look at the shit. They've been talking about it, they kept teasing about it, they kept talking about doing it, and now, wow, we can get firework items. And now, they have released a teaser for the upcoming event, Legacy of Freesia. My boy, Uncle Izzy! You are more than welcome. What is happening to my stream VOD? I can see that we're having lag. I don't know why we're encountering it. Okay, our frame rate should be going back up any second now, I think. No. Jittering. Back up. Stable. Are we buffering? Yes, no? I'm looking at the bit rate. It's bouncing up and down like a pogo stick right now. I don't know what's causing that. It seems to be returning. We'll see what the fuck that's about. But in the meantime, your boy, Uncle Izzy!
Before the goddess of justice, you are worthy. Embrace our gifts and rise ascendant. For there's nothing quite so enticing as ascendancy. Ooh.
We are getting alternative ascendancies for every single class. Let's fucking go. Oh, it looks beautiful. It's technically going to be a re-roll inside of Settlers League, so we're getting a third roll of Boat League! But this means that this event has no new buffs, which means there's no new nerfs, which means it's a juicing league for fun. I can tell you right now, I'm going to look at Daughter of Oshabi. I'm looking at Daughter of Oshabi. I'm looking at the Poison Shadow class. Honestly, Protector Chaos looks nice. Herald would also look nice, but it also looks like it's going to be bad. That's twice I've seen a build that was based around Cyclone. I have no clue what the fuck that build was doing. Holy shit. This is Mines? Hex Blast? Where is his HP pool? I'm honestly super interested in Harbinger on the Witch. I'm going to be checking that class out most definitely. And then here's the build that I was showing Jay Funky the other day when I was telling him about this, which is the Servant of Alakali. And then they are giving us an entirely different way to do the alternate in-game experience, where basically they're giving us the Path of Exile 2 system. I am gonna nut so fucking hard, man. I'm not for the in-game experience system. This feels like fucking garbage. However, they are giving us the experience of Path of Exile 2 types of in-game scaling and Path of Exile 1 to see what it would have been like, because this is not going to be revisited again. This is going to be a temporary league for a month. But since most of the league experience that I'm going to have, assuming that more than likely I'm going to be playing this by myself, I told Kasag about it, so we'll see if Kasag's going to be playing it, but he's been playing V Rising. I'll more than likely be doing this myself. We're going to be seeing Kyle walking the path of a schizophrenic exile once again, where he fights with the game. Which actually means we will probably be doing a continuance and a spread over of the same push that people may or may not have with getting their voices into that filter. So for the people who want them there, if they did not claim it for Path of Exile 2's item filter, they'll be able to claim it for Path of Exile 1's item filter. Depending on how good the sound is, I might use them on both. But we will still be fulfilling, and we are still also fulfilling, people who have yet to claim them. So if you have yet to claim them with your community membership, not accounted for the people that were gifted today by Bolster. Or maybe should. No, actually, maybe we should include the ones that were gifted today. Why not? Why not? All you need to do is just hit me up inside the server or in my DMs on Twitter with the sound effect that you want associated for your slot on the filter. If you have a specific place where you know you want it to go, you'll need to tell me then. Otherwise, I'm going to dealer's choice it. But man, they put in so many things, and we're going to read how they cooked. We're going to read what they cooked. And we are getting a reward for this, which is an MTX, which is the Autumn Night Armor set, which looks okay. It looks okay. It's not great. It's not perfect. It's not Nightbloom, and others like it. But you know what? Last league, we only got fucking MTX items. We didn't get a single fucking armor piece. This time, they're giving us an armor piece. So, I'm happy. Granted, this means you're going to probably have to do 38 out of 40 challenges, but Legacy of Phoenicia, 12 p.m. PST, which technically means what, 4 p.m. EST, February 20th. 8 days before Wilds. I'm giving myself 8 days to try and push as hard as I can. I will be a fucking goblin.
Shine boldly, so so that all may find you when the night falls.
A reason to fucking live, bro. A reason to live, a reason to have fun, a reason to dig, a reason to exist. Let's read the notes! Alright. The legacy of Phreesia. Based on settlers of Calgard Brooklead in standard hardcore, standard SSF, and hardcore SSF being available, with having Ruthless, using the same ascendancy classes as non-Ruthless, with the event non-being voided, with the characters and items being transferred to the parent leagues at the end of the event, and upon migration, your ascendancy points being respect and being assigned one of the core ascendancy classes. And the Legacy of Phreesia event, all of the 19 ascendancy classes you are familiar with will be replaced with new ones. Become a servant of Arakari and lay spiders to fight alongside you. Use the power of nature itself as a daughter of Oshabi, or ascend into a harbinger. The event manifests the wildest ideas our design team can bring into reality. Explore the ascendancy classes and the availability of Legacy of Phreesia below. Alright, let's look. I have a few that I'm interested in. Servant of Arakali, Harbinger, Bog Shaman, Herald, I guess Paladin. Scavenger is boring. I looked at Scion. I'm super not interested in Scion. Architect Chaos. Let's read. Okay. Let's just go straight into the PNG. I'm out. Okay. As a daughter of the Asmeri, the daughter has a great respect for nature, particularly the forest. She shares many of the powers of the Warden of the Magi, as well as being empowered by shrines or utilizing sacred wisps to aid in wand attacks. Oath of the Magi. You get the effect that came from Affliction League, which basically means gem agnostancy. You get defenses from body armors being doubled if you have no socketed gems. You get 60 to your elemental all resist if you have an equipped helmet with no socketed gems. You get 30 to increase life and movement speed if you have a glove or boots with no socketed gems. And then you get to see enemies within 120 meters that have minimap icons, as well as getting additional attack damage per evasion rating. That is not that strong. That's going to be for early mapping and early rooting until you can reassert, because there are better ways to get some damage like this, and looking at rare and unique enemies on the map is useless. But, more importantly, Roots from the Grove. All damage inflicts poison against enemies afflicted by 5 grasping vines. And this time, on these pullouts, it actually shows you what the keyword does. All damage inflicts poison against enemies afflicted by 5 grasping vines, and you inflict 1 grasping vine and hit. Welcome back, Rain of Arrows! Yes! Toxic Rain! Yes! Yes! The Revenge of the Pathfinder! The return of the vine! The return of the vine, yes it is, the return of the vine. I wanna stick some arrows in your ass, yes I will, and make you a brain cushion. The return of the vine, go suckin', return of the vine, whoop ba return of the vine. Oh! And it comes with fucking shrines! Woodland shrines, it ain't blessing! Trigger a lesser shrine when I kill an enemy. Gain a random shruff bind every 10 seconds. Excuse me? I get poison and free napping? Because the other side's just spell slinging. And you stuck this on the Ranger? I don't think... Actually, no. Does Sacred Wisp work with bow attacks? I haven't played the Sacred Wisp archetype since they introduced it, but I probably should, because this has spell slinging. So we got active gems, we've got poison, we've got illuminating wisps to enable multiple hits of poison. We have innate spell slinging without needing to put it inside of a wand. Or a bow, mind you. You're getting +2 to your maximum, which I think is originally 2. So you get 4 wisps. and you're summoning those extras while fighting, alongside poison, basically means people are gonna fucking melt. Okay. Alright. I don't need to actually have my headset on for this. Okay. Okay. Alright. The Steam page changed on Monster Hunter Wilds. It's now February 27th. Let me fact check that. Also, let me make the screen smaller. You can't see my antics. Let me check. The page for me says 28th. Yeah, it still says 28 on Steam. Really? That's weird. The Steam page is saying 28. I guess they didn't update it. I guess they moved the timetable ahead a day? I don't know. Not that big a deal. 7 days. Okay. I don't know. I don't know her. Out of my pay grade. Okay. Ranger, Grasping Vine Poison, all damage inflicts poison, Glorious Madness, you get the effect of Glorious Madness from the passive. Anything that does rapid fire in creation of objects basically creates never-ending poison. Rain of Arrows, Toxic Rain, Toxic Pod, Spore Shot. There are a lot of spells here. Some that don't even necessarily need to be scaled off of instantaneous power. You got a lot of skills that you can use with this. You can have Barrage for single target. You can have Toxic Shot and General Chaos shit as a as a standover, as a holdover. There are a lot of poison builds that would have worked naturally with charge stacking that would not work with Magi now, that would naturally just be a Pathfinder, that are going to need Wither effects. Because if you just poison everything, period, now you're just gated by Wither. That's going to mean a lot of Lycia. If you're looking for the gem version, if you're looking for another form of Wither, you basically have to fucking pray you can find one, unless you use the form of Wither that comes with that one passive bonus on Jewels. Or the gem, you're going to have to stick in a link skill to add it, like Barrage. But this is so powerful. If you can find a Ghoul, you are set. This is juicy. This is very juicy. This is a fallback for if the spell build doesn't work, because this only requires you to put points into the poison gems. As for buying Fireworks, celebrate in the style of Fireworks. This is a pack item. Okay, so this is a consumable pack. I don't need to care about that. Okay, what's next? Take a comprehensive look at Whisperer. Descendant of the Enya of the Pale Court. Travels silently, imbuing her attacks with arcane powers, investing your mana in its core, taking effect of her abilities. So, Enya, this looks like a bow version of spell stacking. This is mind over mana shit. So, you have forking. You've got increases to spell damage applying to attacks by 150 of their value. So stacking spell damage increases your attack damage. You've got blind effects and blinding on hit, which increases your survivability in packs. You've got minimum and maximum frenzy charges. So you have a maximum of 5 charges. No, you have a maximum of, I guess, 4 straight up. Because your base is 3. You're being given being given a minimum of frenzy and power, which means you get a lot of attack power. You're getting a lot of power. You're getting a lot of attack speed and a lot of more multiplier, and you're also getting crit. So you're getting crit multi and mana regeneration. You then have more mana regeneration from flasks, with mana recovery from flask also being recovered as life if it's non-instant. So mana is going to be added lightning power for 4%. You gain rage after spending mana, which is going to be a extra double dip. You're getting intelligence having no inherent benefit, but you get maximum mana per dexterity, which can then be converted into added lightning damage. And 100% of your physical damage, just your physical, so not your elemental, so you're getting a Fizzlock, will be taken from your mana pool as life. There's a lot of things happening here. This is actually a very hard carve out. This is very strange, very weird. Did I pre-purchase it yet? It's a time zone thing. Looked it up. I have not. I'm going to at the end of this stream today. Which is to say, in like a fewish hours, because I have an hour before the other thing. Carl, do not drop your phone. And I have an hour before the other thing. But I need to just go buy the key from Green Man Gaming and make sure that I have that on my account so that it's there. Because I have a feeling that the keys are going to start they're going to start selling out very, very quick. Yeah. I will just go do that after the broadcast. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, this character is basically a mind over matter build, self-contained on a dexterity class. I can tell you right now the most powerful thing here is getting added lightning damage equal to 4% of your maximum mana. Don't Panic Yet is extremely huge node. Having 100% of your physical damage taken being from your mana before your life pool basically means you will probably need to have some type of mana trigger or a lot of leech to sustain the damage that you're taking from bosses on hits with slams and from packs on small little hits every time you get touched by something. You're going to need to have elemental, but if you juice this with mana, you will have damage. At least at the start. At the same time, you will have forking, and you will have additional forking, and you will have increases to your damage at 150% your value. But because this tree here is centered from the middle of the node, this alone is 3 upgrades, which leaves the rest of these to be way to support that. So, if you can get forking from somewhere else, Have You Forgotten is not that big. If you can get defenses, then the top nodes of Infinite Pursuit, Don't Panic Yet, and We Know All will be fine. And then from there, you're just adding in things either for defensive purposes, or you're adding in things for upkeep utility purposes. So your Mind Destroyed is basically the highest damage you could possibly give yourself. Assuming that you find another way to get Frenzy and Power Charges and Maximum Power Charges. Because that's just straight up damage. Assuming that you're using anything that would give you increases, assuming you're using a bow skill, that is going to be useful, because there's a lot of spell increases that affect lightning that you wouldn't be able to take advantage of if it was just attack, that gives you access to. Gaining 10 rage after using 200 mana basically is a more attack damage multiplier. That isn't that great. There are other ways to gain rage. Alongside that, breathing deep to gain mana and life at the same time is pretty much a carve out for Don't Panic Yet. So you lose your mana pool, you hit your mana flask button, you gain back life while you're gaining mana. You can basically run a mana flask as your life flask. And you should practically never run out of mana. And other things that will affect your mana pool. Not a Word gives you effective blind, which also gives you effective stealth, which also gives you the ability to make yourself safer, because blind acts as a tool to give you an accuracy debuff on hit against enemies, which also reduces their evasion, which increases your survivability, assuming that you're using lightning skills, which are going to crit constantly. The attack skills getting added damage equal to 4% of the maximum mana means that you're going to have a giant mana pool. So your mana pool is also going to act as a mana life pool. So that's going to double your resistances. Taking Don't Panic Yet is going to combo to keep your resistances alive. So it's like a triple investment in defense while getting offense. It's the best of both worlds. Granted, you're going to have no inherent benefit to your maximum mana from intelligence, despite the fact that you're going to be using dexterity shit, but you're getting maximum mana per every single point of dexterity. 1 dexterity equals 1 mana. So, dexterity stacking? Queen of the Forest? Evasion boost? Suppression. Queen of the Forest, evasion boost, suppression. What's the other one I'm thinking of? What's the other one I'm thinking of? I'm thinking of someone else. Thinking of this in my head. So, you're looking at Queen of the Forest, you're getting your cold resist, you're getting your lightning resist, you're getting your fire resist, you're getting your life, you're getting your evasion, you're getting less movement speed, but you're also getting back the +1 for every 600 evasion up to 75%, as well as less damage taken from hits and monsters, which is a explicit that you get to have with anything that is basically inside of Beast. You're going to be zooming, you're going to be fighting, and then you need Carve Out to increase that mana usage with lightning. What is that item? What is that item? What is that item? What is that item? It's a unique bow. What is that item? You could probably get away with Widowhail, but that's not what I'm thinking of. Not Stormcloud. Maybe Doomfletch? You're going to be using Elemental. You're going to gain 100% of weapon physical as extra damage of each element. You're also gaining Electric, but that's not the biggest you could go. You've got Death's Harp, which is going to be attack speed, global crit, and firing 2 extra bows. You've got Infractum. You've got Replica Infractum. You've got the Crimson Storm, but that's bleeding. You've got the Gluttonous Tide. If you're using the Gluttonous Tide, you get the ability to perform that many additional arrow attacks, but your frenzy charges will never dissipate. So you get the maximum count of global critical while you have a frenzy charge, and you just don't run out of them, and you will perform and fire that many additional arrows from your maximum frenzy charges. Okay. This is a bow that will give you a significant cash out on that global multi. You're also getting global critical. So the way that this would work, what's this? So the way that this would work is you covering anything else after this. If not, I'm gonna dip because I'm not a PoE player. Yes. I'm just gonna be on this for a while. So if you want to dip on this, you can. So the way that this would work, the way this build would work, is you start out with Infinite Pursuit, and then for Merciless or Cruel, you get We Know All. Then for defenses, you would get Don't Panic Yet, and then if you need nothing else from this, you would be getting There Is More for your maximum, for your 4th ascendancy point. Then you probably rush down Gluttonous Tide, and kill Eater of Worlds because it's the easier of the two pinnacles to chase on the Atlas, and you farm until you get a Gluttonous Tide, and this is probably your best in slot for a while. You get global crit multi, you get crit, you get extra bow usage, you get attack speed, you get the physical conversion. You get that extra added lightning damage equal to your mana pool, and you just keep shitting on things with critical strikes. And then forking. And chaining. Probably forking more than anything else. What else could you use? Zoph's Infection is not a choice. I don't think Hope Shredder is that much of a choice, but if you wanted to use it, you probably could. What does this come from? This is the Elder. Is this Uber Elder? No, this is a new item from him. I guess you could get away with this too. You'd be getting cold and lightning, so you could shatter. You're gaining movement speed for your frenzy charges. You're getting accuracy, you're getting attack speed, you're getting cold damage per frenzy charge. You're getting avoidance of elemental damage per hits per frenzy charge, which is going to combine with your evasion. You're going to take cold damage per second while you're moving, though. And you're going to generate 5% of attack damage being leeched as life per frenzy charges. So you could probably use this too. You just have to be safe. That requires some testing there. So that is potentially strong, but getting it off the ground is going to be the hard part. Wild Speaker I don't think I have any interest about. Let's see here. Avian buff, Spectral Wolf, Critical Strike, Aspect of the Avian, Aspect of the Cat. 100% chance to suppress spell damage. That's pretty good for defense. 15 negative to the amount of spell suppressed prevented. So you're going to be taking an additional 15 plus. So you're going to be taking 65% of spell damage, but you don't have to do anything else but put on this node, and you're safe as a ranger. You get Tailwind. You gain up to your maximum number of frenzy and power charges when you gain Cat Stealth. You also have Cat Stealth on here? Yes, because you have Aspect of the Cat. Primal Instinct. So Field Troll Symmetry is here. Flash of Teeth is here. Primal Instincts is here. Great Wolves is fucking weak. Boon to the first one is just Headhunter. Yeah, that's just Headhunter. And then you got a minion buff. And the increases and reductions to minion damage also affect you at 150 of their value. As well as this fact of the Avian grants Avian's might and Avian's flight to nearby allies, along with the buff to increase. Okay, so this is a Jack build. This is free suppression, Aspect of the Cat, potential generation of charges for physical weapon builds, whether or not you do or do not use Flicker Strike, and as close as you can get to aura stacking without aura stacking. Aura of the Cat. Aspect of the Cat is increased critical chance, avoiding all enemies from hits, stealth, attack speed, cast speed, with your base duration being Cat Stealth and Cat's Agility in sequence. You get critical strike chance, you get harder to see, and you get the chance to avoid. And then you get Cat's Agility for attack and attack speed faster. This is you gaining frenzy and power charges when you gain Cat Stealth. So you're getting damage, when you get that. And then you don't keep them while it is on cooldown. I guess that's okay. It's kind of hard to justify taking both of those at the same time, because that means you'd have 4 and 4 again, which is just a lot of crit and a lot of attack power, but that's for min-maxing a build. Instead, what I see here is first lab, slam Primal Instincts, second lab, third lab, slam Scourge of the Wilds, and Boon of the First Ones, and now you're a mapper. And then you think about taking off Boon of the First Ones, and then taking Flash of Teeth and Fearful Symmetry. And you can just map like usual, I guess. It depends on how much you care about a Headhunter effect. If you care a lot about a Headhunter effect, and you don't have the ability to find Primal, or Inspired Learning, this is a tool to start juicing. Otherwise, it's kind of meh. Antiquarian. Antiquarian is all about the effects of things from inside of Heist. So, you've got Lionized Hair. Your hits can't be evaded, but you get reduced dexterity. Lionized Bow, you get Fire Shot. Lionized Shield, you get 50% chance to block from equipped shield instead of the shield's value. Exhibit Turtle Shell, you get 1000% stun and block recovery. Goliath Knuckle, you have no intelligence, but you get 150 strength. Whalebone Bangle, being 1% duration increase per 10 strength. Runic Tablet, gaining adrenaline for 10 seconds when your ward breaks, so you'd have to use ward as an item for protection. Kalgurian Armor, gaining ward instead of 50% of evasion and armor rating from equipped body armors. So this is going to be on hybrid classes, which pretty much tracks because this is duelist. No, this is Marauder. Get faster restoration of ward, and then you get increased global defenses of ward. And then gaining increased attack damage, increased attack spasm, movement speed, and additional physical damage reduction for 10 seconds after ward breaks, which is the longest we've ever seen an adrenaline block in the game. But this does not come with the HP regain. So it's not a safety valve trigger that will keep you alive. That's a little bit more of the experimental, we'll figure something out there build. That's a bit rough. What's next? Behemoth. Behemoth abhors magic and users of it. The truest form of combat should be hand-to-hand, up close and personal. Progressively gets stronger throughout combat, granting Rampage, Fortify, and Rage. Ugh! Berserker! Okay. Start in the center of the tree. What do we got here? Rampager. 10 increased character size. Spell skills and deal no damage. Spells are outright disabled. Melee hits count as Rampage? Rampage. Woo! Boy, melee hits count as Rampage kills. We're attack speed juicing, boys! We're attack speed juicing. Melee hits fortify. Regenerate 0.2 of life per second of fortification. Okay. That's just a hard lock for the first ones outright. That's just strong. That is just strong. Power of Purpose, Mental Conditioning. 80% of maximum mana is converted to twice that much of armor, which means you're going to lose a lot of your mana pool. You then gain mana based on your strength, which ties into Incorruptible, which makes your armor apply to chaos damage taken from hits. That's pretty big. Steel Willed, giving you attack damage per armor count, with 10% to defend with double your armor for each time you've been hit recently, up to 30%. So getting 30% chance to defend with double armor and resist hits is pretty big. Getting 10% to unarmed melee critical strike chance, with your critical strike chance being lucky while in no life. That's pretty out there, but there's somebody who's going to make a build for that. Tireless Frenzy, you gain attack speed alongside your fortification and maximum fortification. And then outside from here, 15% chance that when you would rage, you gain up to maximum rage with 15 to max rage. And your Vol skills that you use yourself only cost rage instead of souls, and you cannot gain rage during your soul prevention, with 50% increased rage cost of your skills. So you get a Vol trigger as a potential option. You get Rampage as a melee class, and instead of being worried about killing, you're instead acquired with hitting, which means you want to attack quickly. You're going to gain the benefit of ramping, which means the downside that would normally come with Rampage is non-existent. And your melee hits fortify. All I'm hearing is bone shatter, bone shatter, bone shatter, bone zone, bone zone, bone zone, bone zone. That's all I'm hearing. I'm hearing bone zone over and over again. If you wanted to go physical two-hander, you could. If you were to go bone zone, you'd probably just slam straight through mental conditioning and then take incorruptible. Yeah. You'd have fortify, you'd have regeneration. You would not need to worry about having maximum fortification to get more attack speed. There are other ways to get attack speed. You'd probably care about getting your armor to apply to chaos damage taken from your hits for survivability. So you're going to get mana from your strength, you're going to be a strength stacker, and you're going to just figure out how the fuck you're going to get your damage off from there. Next. Ancestral Commander. This is what they were showing in the video that had the worldwide slams. You've got increased endurance charges to be used for fuel. You've got reduced Warcry speed. You've got enemies dealing 12% of their life as physical damage, and Warcries that you open chests. Pretty gay. Strike skills which attack additional enemies do so from 50% further away, and Null-Von strike skills strike a target that's additionally close. Strike tills also target the previous location where they were used. That is also Screaming Bone Zone. As well as nearby enemies convert 50% of their physical damage to fire, which basically means you have the way to make the enemies stop hitting you with physical damage and instead convert it to elemental to cover it. Ancestral Defense makes you pass through the Ancestral Endurance, which is pretty gay. You gain 50% of your missing unreserved life before being hit by an enemy. And then you get Maximum Summoned Totems with 20% of damage taken from the totem, taken from the totem's life before yours. You trigger multiple things from your ancestor line, which gives you Rakiata, Kilowava, Utula, Kotuhora, and Comb. Spirit of Comb, when a totem dies, while unique enemies in your presence. Trigger Kotuhora, when you take critical strike from a unique enemy. Summon Utula, taking a savage hit by hitting a slam. Summon Kilowava when you block. And summon Rakiata on critical strike against a marked target. This is all about slam skills and strike skills, and how you can make use of them, as well as toughen skin there on a card out. Action speed cannot be modified below base value, movement speed cannot be modified below base value, and armor from equipped body armor is doubled. So, standing your ground, attacking with strike skills, attacking with totems, fighting. This is what this class is. That looks boring though. Sad to say. It has none of the zip of the other ones. Then we get Surfcaster, Servant of Akali. I don't actually have to go over that one too much. I already know what that one has. But these two I do have to do. More or less, Servant of Akali is all about minions and poison, which just means poison SRS. Meanwhile, your boy, the Surfcaster. You are touched by a tormented illegal fisherman, granting increased damage, increased attack speed, increased cast speed, increased move speed. Then you have Sea Legs, You get cold and lightning resistances, your critical strike chance is increased by overcapped lightning, and your evasion rating is increased by overcapped cold. On top of that, Screaming Reels, you get more attacks cast speed while holding a fishing rod. You guys are mogging us. You guys are literally mogging us. That is so stupid. All critical hits are strikes when holding a fishing rod. This looks like a meme. At least those ones do. They're a part of an entire tree that just does nothing, but you know what? It is what it is. If somebody can be able to farm a fishing rod item and they can get it into the game inside the marketplace, that will probably be cool for them. Otherwise, we're looking at Ghost of the Deep. Ghost of the Deep is just the effect of Polymath on a lesser state. Then we look over here. 100% of lightning damage is converted to cold, and your cold damage shocks. You can now stack your cold. It appears that there is no carve out specifying that this has to be spell or attack, so you can definitely get your cold damage to shock, which means traps, which means miners. Within the Tempest, enemies that you kill are also then shocked, and you shock proliferate through the packs. Pretty cool. Mad decent. And then Glacial Wave. Enemies chilled by your hits lessen their damage by half of the chill effect, and damage taken increased by chill effect. Super huge. And Changing Seasons. All damage taken from hits can chill you, but the effect of chill on you is reversed. Instead, gaining up to 30% action speed based on the cold damage that you take in your hit. So you become... I don't think you become immune to freeze, but you will become slightly less affected by chill when it happens. If you were to take the Ghost of the Deep carve out for damage purposes, that would leave you with going down Storm-Age Seas and picking up within the Tempest, or potentially picking up Changing Seasons. Because this is bait. This is what this is. Baited Breath and Screaming Reels is just bait and memes. And then if you wanted to get some extra resistance and get some effects to go along with your resistance, Sea Legs will help you stamp out some problems with your survivability. But that would basically just be for campaign. Then you'd probably recert. That's whatever. And then over here, Blind Prophet, Directionless. Your projectiles are fired in a random direction, but they return to you. You are blinded. You have a base critical strike chance that is 12, assuming you find a way to make yourself hit easy. You get Shade Form when you are hit. Your curse limit is equal to your maximum power charges, so you get Brotherhood automatically. You gain Elusive on critical. Your Elusive is removed from you at 50% of your rate, which means you don't permanently lose it. This could basically go together with crit. You fire more projectiles. And then Restless, non-ore skills that you curse with are not removed from dying enemies. The nearby corpses that are affected by your curses are instead blinded. And enemies killed near corpses affected by your curses that will explode, which deals 5% of their life as physical damage. This feels like a very, very dumb, scary hit that requires use of retargeting. But that's probably fun for people who want to do that. Getting projectiles, curses, and stealth, and that's whatever. Then Harbinger. This one reads as Garble. But you basically specialize in time magic. And then you get a choice of spell shit. Okay. So, Greater Harbinger of Time, Greater Harbinger of Focus, Greater Harbinger of the Arcane. I can't spell. Okay. These English names with the notable passives are description unofficial names rather than literal interpretations of the Harbinger glyphs. The Harbinger glyphs themselves are reused names of Harbinger enemies which have no correlation to the passives themselves. So, going off of what this is listed as with the unofficial name, you have the Harbinger of Flow, Time, Faith, Focus, Will, Curses, Thought, and the Arcane. The Harbinger of Time, Focus, and the Arcane happens to deal with something that will give your minions an aura that increases action speed on you for the Harbinger of Time. The Harbinger of Focus summons an immortal Harbinger minion that when you are channeling, it also occasionally casts a buff that reduces the damage that you take, makes you avoid all stuns and elemental ailments, and also prevents curses from affecting you. Which means 20% damage reduction, immunity to curses, immunity to status ailments, and stun immunity. And the Greater Harbinger of the Arcane, it occasionally summons Arcane Surge and gives you cast and mana speed and simultaneously grants the Surging Thoughts, which gives you 15% chance to shock and penetration of lightning resistance up to 10%. So looking back at that in context, this means the effect power is you can get off the power of Temporal Chains if it is cast as a Hex, meaning you will be able to slow down enemies nearby you. On top of that, you will be able to carve out for Energy Shield recovery rate and mana recovery rate to spam your skills. Alongside this, which I believe this was the one interpreted to the Harbinger of Thought. No, this is the Harbinger of Will. The Harbinger of Will gives you the ability to be unaffected by chill and shock while you're channeling, which does not go alongside the other side of the Harbinger of Focus. Debuffs on you will expire slower, and debuffs expiring faster, meaning that you can get debuffs off of you should you not choose to go immune to ailments and effects. 40% cooldown reduction recovery rate means that you're getting your cooldown based spells back up earlier on time. But in general, this is all a class based around seeing how you can fuck with your enemy and take advantage of them. So, increasing the area of effect of your Hex skills and casting Temporal Chains with no reservation if you cast it as an aura means that you're casting it through Blasphemy. So you are moving through enemy packs, you might be channeling spells, and you are trying to kill them, probably with lightning damage. Probably lightning. Maybe cold too. Maybe even ignite as well. But you are just walking through packs and you are mogging them down. And it's flexible that you can go anywhere with this. Then you have the Herald, which is just juicing for juicing purposes. You start out and you go to Coming Calamity. You do not get the ability to have aura skills being well, actually, no. Am I reading that right? No, I am reading that right. You don't get to use aura skills. You don't get to use malevolence. You don't get to use anger, wrath, hatred. You only get auras. You only get to have heralds. So you can have herald of fire, cold, and thunder at the same time. Then you get carve-outs for those heralds. Oh, excluding all of them. So, Herald of Chaos gives you resistance while affected by it, and an increased buff effect of the ability to poison. Herald of Thunder gives you increased buff effect, which means the increase of the spell damage you're getting, which means to the elemental, which means you're going to get 5% increased cold, fire, or lightning resistance for using those. For the Herald of Purity, you are getting increased physical damage reduction, which is probably more important. You get Conflux when you kill an enemy, which means you're going to get the alternate effects of the effects. So when you get this Conflux, You're going to get Elemental Conflicts, which means you're going to get all of your damage, shocks, chills, and ignites. Which is wonderful. And because it applies it the way that it applies it, it's going to take the total damage of all combined DPS. So this means that when you shock, chill, and ignite, you're going to be igniting, chilling, and shocking with the power of your physical, your fire, your cold, and your chaos. Which is pretty huge. The only problem is that freeze is not applied by Elemental Conflicts. That's fine. And then you are gaining additional elemental damage reduction equal to half your chaos resistance, which makes your maximum frenzy, endurance, and power charges equal to 0. So you're getting free power, and you'll have to choose which aura that you want to get bonuses from. If you want to go down this tree, the only way that you get true bonus from that is to get Future Nostalgia and use Herald of Chaos, which is to say Herald of Agony, to poison your enemies, and then getting additional elemental damage reduction to increase your survivability for free, along with Elemental Conflicts on a 20% chance for 4 seconds when you kill an enemy. And if you choose to go the... Ouch, my back. If you choose to go the physical route, you go down the line of Scourge, and your minions will now deal 66% increased damage, which favors both Purity and Virulence. Your Herald skills will get +3 to the max level, which means your maximum now, assuming you don't use exceptional gems to increase them in your build, get heightened an additional potential 7 on top of what's already possible. If you take Persecution, you're going to have increased area of effect, which further affects your elemental ones for your chill, your shock, and your ignite, as well as increasing the crit chance on them, which then leads into Herald skill gems level size. It is basically a build where you throw a bunch of damage around. I don't know if you'll be able to have all of them on at the same time, but you're going to have to specialize more than likely. And if you specialize, you have to choose between Purity or Chaos. Because I do not feel that future anguish, fear, or regret are as strong as nostalgia and guilt. And we got Bog Shaman. You remove all energy shield. You instead gain maximum life instead of maximum energy shield on equipped armor items. You get -3 life per level. That's sad. You have a 100% chance to be poisoned. You gain +5 to all max resistances while you are poisoned. And you cannot be poisoned if there are 5 poisons on you. Oh boy. Fel Fen. That's Original Sin. This passive effect is the passive effect of the original Sin Ring. The nearby enemies' chaos resistance is 0, but your well, actually, it's one effect of Original Sin, and it's also the effect of something else. I want to say it's the Chaos Helm. But your chaos resistance is reduced to 0, but their chaos resistance is reduced to 0. You get Pactify, or you get Pacify. Enemies are going to take increased damage, so you're putting in some ward shit in here from the Warden of the Magi, or not the Warden of the Magi, it's the Sorcerer, that guy. Rotten to the Core, your skills deal 100% mana spent upfront on mana cost as physical damage. They will hit you for the cost up front, and then your skills gain added chaos damage equal to 40% of the mana cost if mana cost is not higher than the maximum that you could have spent. I see. Nearby enemies get Malediction, which causes 10% reduced damage dealt and 10% induced damage taken. Alongside Reservation Efficiency of Curse Aura skills, to curse the enemy. Your skills get a life-based cost on 25% of the base cost of mana. Spells that you cast yourself get add-on physical damage equal to 80% of the life cost if life cost is not higher than the maximum you could have spent, which is basically the two carves out for these. So you can either go mana casting or health casting. You lose 5% of your life per second if you've been hit recently, but you deal 40% more damage over time. You get projectile speed, area of effect, or skill effect duration if you take Toad Pact. This is all about life cost spending and ramping. Though I'm not confident enough to play that. Got another 3 left. Duelist is a gamble system, I know that much. And then the Paladin, and then the Aristocrat. I've seen a bunch of the Aristocrat. But for this is just gambling mechanics. Chance to block spell damage is lucky, chance to block attack damage is unlucky. Chance to critical strike is unlucky, damage with your hits is unlucky. You get the chance to deal multiple amounts of triple and double damage, but you deal generally 25% less damage overall. Which means you need to hit that percentage chance in order for you to really get a good return. It's more or less a Maul multiplier, but you can basically read it as Quill Rain. You get Hilo Ava's Bluster as a passive skill. Risk Aversion help you avoid elemental ailments and avoid being stunned. Enemies that hit you are unlucky while you're on the life. And then Heads and Tails on the effect of which one is lucky, which is unlucky. Which is either your chance to block spell damage is lucky, or your chance to block attack damage is lucky. So it's a conversion flip. This reads like a short sword board build. Especially since this is Paladin on the Duelist. Yeah. So it looks like counter effects. As for the Paladin, this is just Champion again. Deep Connections, which gives you link power with skills, but that's a joke, so no one's going to take that. Magic Utility Flasks apply to you have a 40% increased effect, and they also apply to link targets, no one's going to take that either. Absolution, no one's going to take that either. Enemies taunted by you, that entire tree here in this corner here is fucking irrelevant. No one's playing link skills, so nobody's going to play link skills unless they're playing in a group, and if they are, they're not going to really like it. Ring the Battle. Enemies taunted by you deal 20% less against other targets. And take 20% more, and your war cries have infinite power. Which means they will always be max stacked, which means this can be a Warcry build. Enemies will take more increased elemental damage. You'll summon an elemental relic. Summon elemental relic for 5 seconds. Minion explodes on death, dealing 100% of their maximum life as the damage of the chosen element. Minion level is equal to up to yours, up to a maximum of 85. With a chance to trigger the skill when you or a nearby ally kill an enemy or hit a rare or unique enemy. So at the maximum, the auras that are applied are basic elemental auras. So, one good way to do it is to use Tukahama's Fortress, which will give your minions blood magic. Which, when it's allocated with Necromantic Aegis, will cast their auras after being summoned. Which means if you were to use minion instability, you could then explode them immediately. But the problem with minion instability is that that is in the Witch Tree, and we are in the Paladin tree next to the Duelist. So that check won't work. However, you basically get a relic that will trigger and will then choose the element in question and then explodes at that element type. So you can get anger, you can get hatred, or you can get wrath. Since this is a physical character, he's going to get flat lightning from 26 to 415, 182 to 229 of added fire damage to attacks and spells, and 29% of physical damage being gained as cold. So it's going to have to be a physical character who's dealing additional element. If you get an Origin Champion, you'll have Consecrated Crown, and the consecration effects linger. So they're giving over that part of Hierophant. And then you outright have Discipline, Determination, and Grace. What was Discipline? Discipline was Energy Shield. That seems like a very contentious choice. So, the top rows are just memes. Those are bad. Bring the Battle gives you infinite war power, which gives your war cry something to do, which means you could probably get away with General's Cry. Since enemies that are taunted by you will take 20% less damage with hits and ailments against other targets, which can work as a minion build. That can then work off the Light Divinity and Elemental Valiance. 1, 2, 3. And then, as your fourth lock-in, you get to choose what free, well, I say free, but it's probably going to still reserve you as such, which free aura you're going to take. Since it's a duelist, he'll probably take Determination, and then he'll convert all of his armor into, all his evasion into armor with iron reflexes. Seems very interesting. It doesn't say anything about blocking, only says things about destruction. So maybe you could get away with the Iron Mass. Maybe you could. So, Iron Mass, that is increased physical damage, that's Unholy Might automatically, off rip, which means you will be converting 100% of your physical damage into chaos, and you will be dealing Withered on hit 25% of the time. That's a hard lock-in. I think that's good. That's definitely a hard lock-in. General Cry's build. If you summon skeletons somehow, you'll be able to get them to use Iron Mass in your hand. They deal triple damage. Skeleton warriors or soldiers. What does it count this as? Mirage warriors. It might not actually work.
What other types of skeletons that exist? This is what you'd have to test this with to get fucking technical on. So you'd have to be using false summon skeletons for this. So skeleton soldiers, skeleton archers, mages, skeleton general, as well as general skeleton warriors. Maximum of 20 seconds to summon. Then you slime this on a boss. Okay, war cries, war cries, war cries, war cries. You got corrupting blood, you've got general's cry, you've got corrupting cry. You would then have the Iron Mask equipped along with Smite. You hit the enemy with Smite, the enemies convert. Poison everywhere. Elemental damage everywhere. A minion that gets summoned that gives you additional damage based on your physical. I can see one version of the vision. I can't see the rest of it. It gives you a bunch of minion potential. Basically. If you wanted to end up playing off on other people. There's the way to make this work solo, but it's basically designed to be played by people in duo, so it might be skipped over. And then aristocrats. Fancy foil, can't be frozen if dexterity is higher than intelligence. Can't be ignited, can't be shocked. Increases into each. You have to travel out from inherited fortune. You get 5 passive skill points. Each of these pluses is a passive point. You pass out here. You get basically more skill points, period. You get your choice of whether you will be immune to fire, immune to lightning, or immune to ice. You then connect over to Dreadful Attitude, where items and gems have 25% reduced attribute requirements, and you then gain 5% damage per 5 of your lowest attribute stat, which could be a lot. So we've got an int stacker. I don't know if that would work with Crystallized Omniscience. But then you have a bunch of gemling shit. So you then get +1 to all skill gems, you get +3 to all non-exceptional support gems, and you get 15% quality to all skill gems. I think both of these are an easy match. So 1, 2, 3, which then means ultimately getting Dreadful Attitude is a loss of the increase based on your maximum, which is a big thing to lose. No, excuse me, I can't count. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, get a +1 on your skill gems, get a +3 on your support gems, affect the attacks and skills that you're using for quality. You're playing an attack character. It means that you would have your choice to pick up one of these, but then you'd give this. Unless you only stopped here at +1 all skill gems. And then you just have to be happy
unless you sacrifice for the quality. If the weapon and its gem types have a type of quality that makes them viable, and then you're going to see some seriously crazy weapon stats coming out of how people are juicing it. Probably juicing it for poison more than anything else, along with elemental. Certainly not straight up physical. And then they increase the stat in question that they want to have a lot of, and then they int stack from there. That could be crazy. And then the last one is the Templar. I'm not interested in Templar, so I don't think I'm going to go over it here. I've spent more than enough time looking at it. But yes, a new event. I get 7 to 8 days to experience this wonderful bounty. Helldivers player eating, I'm eating. Literally, that was the last thing on the docket that I was going to cover. Twitch does not want to end their censorship. Dan Clancy wants to brag that he's not going to become Kick, which is dumb. I've covered Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 more than enough multiple times. About romancing Hans. It's also dumb. Yeah, back into politics. Back in here. I think we will close on this. So, our boy, John Delaroz, was exposed for skinwalking. Let this be the last news part of the day before I cut and I return with Avowed. We've talked about what skinwalking was in terms of Oblax. To go back over it for anybody who's not aware, skinwalking is when you use somebody's identity by taking a picture that does not belong to you and you use it as though you are them. And it's a higher elaborate form of catfishing. And John Delaroz had a screen name where he was skinwalking using the picture of a woman by the name of Annabelle High Spanish. Let's get into it. I publicly denounce the writer John Delaroz using the pseudonym Daniela Acera some choice Spanish racism. Taking a professional photograph of me from my website without my consent and using it as a profile picture despite multiple warnings, having yet to remove it. I demand its veto removal. If you fail to do so, I will take necessary steps to protect my rights and my professional image. And then, because she's got to do all this extra shit, she just open shill of her book trial lesson of Spanish. And honestly, I'm not mad about it. Because this is a grand comments of what happened from John Delaroz choosing to try and push himself into politics and people digging into his background and finding out about him. A level removed from Moldova's victory. He could have shut his mouth. He could have stopped goal posting. He could have stopped lying. He could have focused on important shit, but he didn't. He wanted to keep antagonizing people and keep talking about shit that had no importance to his job. And people found out that this is what he was doing, and she is 100% in the right to defend her fucking character because her personal image is being indentured by somebody choosing to fuck with her. From here, John Delaroz then attempts to defend himself, saying, "Bro, it's a stock photo for a pen name, and you're retweeting a fake account to cancel someone. You can't even do basic research, which is why you used our research from Fandom Pulse to build your channel and just read the news. And this is why nobody trusts you. It is not real. that you could be able to say that this was a stock image. Because if it's a stock image, why is her High Spanish Online homepage being linked from the fucking reverse search? Even if this lady had submitted her pictures to be used as a part of Stark work, that does not take away from the fact that you are skinwalking as a woman under a pen name. You could have AI generated a woman. You could have AI generated a man. I'll show you. You could have gone to this person does not exist random generator. You could have gone to a random face generator of this person does not exist.com. Gender, age, ethnicity, refresh. Boom! There's your picture. You did not need to steal her image, you fuck! You insidious fuck! That's all you had to do! All this push about AI art. Here, I'm gonna do it again. It's easy. It's just easy. Let's do female, 50 plus, Indian. Refresh. Boom. Done. Although I'm pretty sure that's not a 50-year-old woman. Or actually, what do I know? Maybe this is a 50-year-old Indian woman. But no, deadass. Let's do it again. Let's go 2635. Keep it Indian. Refresh. Boom. Done. Although that one is obviously an AI generation. Definitely not the best. And then you, of course, have this person does not exist.org. Random generated faces here. Race. Latino Hispanic. Age. 21 to 35. Emotion. Neutral. You didn't have to steal her image. You didn't have to steal her image. This is cope. It's cope. It's cope. It's weird and it's cope. And you're trying to sell it as though, come on, bro. You have to be dumb. No, you have to be dumb. So, people cover and they spread the information. They make aware what Delaraz has done. They spread the word to Savvy, to Hypnotic, and how he's trying to untag himself and run away from the situation. But people saying that they are drumming up drama over a fake thing. This is a whole ass content creator. Whether or not she's a known figure or not. He literally is caught red-handed. And right here, this is what he stole it for. Daniela Acera, romance author, sweet but sometimes a little spicy. Gryffindor, INTJ, she, her. What's everyone reading today? What's everyone reading today? Thank you for the retweet. I took the plunge and put up my first novel on Amazon. I hope you like it. Please retweet and tell your friends. The roles we play. The roles we play. A sweet online role-playing romance novel, The Arshian War Kindle Edition. For $4.99, you can read about Rachel's only chance at love coming at warp speed in an online role-playing game. This nigga wrote a fucking anime manhwa! Rachel's only chance to find love comes at warp speed in an online role-playing game. It's lonely being a woman out of college, without a good job prospect, and having your dreams crushed by the realities of the hard world. Sometimes, escapism is needed. Rachel only gets peace when she logs into a site called Space Adventures Online, where she writes fan fiction adventures of her favorite sci-fi fiction novels, exploring in imaginary strange worlds with other role players. Enter Jason, a man who's worked hard to build a franchise fortune, but a big house gets lonely, and he drifts towards role-playing as a space explorer, where he meets Rachel through their characters. The romance buds online, but is it real? Can they take it to the next level? Find out by reading The Roles We Play. Written by Daniela Arcera, also known as Gay Lucario Furry Fan 4987. I need you to understand. Look, we could give Chuck Tingle and Quan Mills and Zane and a bunch of erotic artists, even Danielle Ryan. Danielle, come on down. We can give you all a lot of shit. But at least Whitney Ryan, with her AI-generated covers, is a woman. Quan Mills making Hood Ratchet Chronicles, which I will need to, I'm gonna need to cop one of them. I'm gonna need to cop one of them in the future. We're gonna have a sit-down reading session. We're just gonna enjoy one of these urban fantasies. I'm gonna definitely get Jay on reading one. That is gonna be a birthday gift to myself that I'm gonna pay in the future 3 months in advance. Mark my fucking words. At least Quan Mills and Zane and any Harlequin romance or shorthand urban fiction for whatever fucking thing they're writing for. They are at least sometimes they are the man and woman behind the screen. I mean, Quan Mills is out there on fucking TikTok shilling this hoe got roaches in her crib and Grandma Coochie and all the other fucking books. He is at least doing the work and promoting it himself. John Delarose is such a wimpy fucking man. He can't sell it himself, so he does it as a As a woman. As a woman. And for our wrap up, Savvy writes, because it's not the only work he's done. He's also done interior covers where it's just literally poses of naked women. And he's writing other such works, such as All Eyes on Ashley. It seems like everyone wants a piece of Ashley. Can Spencer break through and win her attention? A new romance comic. It feels like he is just, it feels like he just, is throwing all the lewd contents at the wall. Just any and everything that you could have gotten off of Meat Fuck Online. That's John Delarose. That's what John's doing. And ironically enough, shoutouts to the homegirl. Cassie found this, searching it up on the internet. But anyways, wrapping up, Savvy says, I was willing to believe that it was a coincidence, but then you scroll down and it links to the same book on the Amazon. So make this straight. John is allowed to write smut, not have safe for work art, and then wants to ban the very same thing. And then if it's efforts to ban porn, he'd make sure that there is a clause in there for himself and anyone who pledges allegiance to him and his movement, given for what he said to me, or to Savvy in DMs, and now this. On top of that, using yet another woman's picture on the Kickstarter page. Not the Spanish teachers. Which, we're just going to go ahead and go there and confirm that. As we can clearly see, this is another woman. That is not the original picture that was stolen of the teacher. Featuring such works as this. Honestly, the art itself, this is not that bad. If this is drawn and made by a person, that person should get coverage. And they should have their comics promoted. Not whatever the fuck John Delarose is doing. Whoever did the illustrations, that's cool. That's great. Because John Delarose wants stretch goals for this, guys. $1,000, $5,000, $10,000. A short follow-up story about Ashley and Spencer's first date to be digitally delivered. A bookmark. And a backup story that goes to all the digital versions. A short handheld comic book. alongside everything else, guys. You want to support it? $8, $12, $15, $20 for the porn cover. Paperback for the roles we play. The novel and the comic pack for $32. $45 for the 3-pack. $50 for the limited Super Edition cover. 4-pack with all 3 covers plus the holocron. And this is to be funded between January 30th to February 29th of 2024. So last year, this was supposed to be covered and supported. Created by Danielle Estrella. Supposedly provided and verified by Identity through an automated process from San Fran, California. A romance writer, love lifting and writing with nothing created, with no backs, and with no Facebook post added, with the last login on August 17th, 2024. It's giving vaporware. It's giving vaporware. I would push for you, if you're listening and hearing my voice, do not support this. Support any of the things that is linked here above this on the Kickstarter. Going back. So the man has once again been exposed to be a hypocrite and a liar. Big shock. Tag your favorite parent in and see if they approve of the not safe for work cover. I thought we needed attractive and not naked in art and fiction. And if they do, I'd love them to explain the hypocrisy, because apparently I'm not allowed to draw naked men and women, but this loser can. No way, sugar. That paint don't stick on the barn where it rains. Me, personally, hey John. Hey John. When you were hitting your wife, were you thinking about having men hit you? Hey John. When you were being abusive to your partner, were you actually just willing to be the woman? Hey John. When you were thinking about getting inside of Lucario and Dark Rice sweet back holes, were you thinking about a man topping yours? If so, I've got a PDF full of sissy stories that are right up your goddamn alley. Anyways, that's all I have for today. Or rather, that's all I had for Wednesday, but we now cover today. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you had fun. I know I did. I had a ball. It appears that John's having a baldo, as featured by your favorite law tuber, Nick Ricada. I will be back live at 6 p.m. playing Avowed, for anybody who gives a shit. It is a dare drop campaign. It would be helpful for those that wish to watch. Please show up on both YouTube and Twitter, as well as as well as Twitch. It will help with both the metrics and will allow me to generate more codes to give back to viewers, hate watchers, and listeners like you. Thank you. Oh, that's hell embarrassing. Anyways, I'm gonna take a break now, and I will be back live then. I will see you all in the funny papers, and I'm gonna see you, John Del Ross, in therapy and anger management. I just want to talk to him. I just want to talk to him. I just want to talk to him. I just want to introduce him to my friend Anubis. I just want to introduce him to a gay porn star. I just want to see him get topped by a gay porn star. Goodbye, chat. Goodbye. Thank you to everyone who donated, and thank you. Big shout out to Bolster for the 10 gifted. Salute to you. I will see you soon, but not too soon. Goodbye, everybody.